Call to order, please. Good evening, everybody. It is an exciting evening. We have special guests, that's for sure. But it's always exciting to be having publicly engaged, right? So this is the City Council meeting of September 12, 2016. And we have the call to order and a roll call.
Councilmember Keener.
Here.
Councilmember Neihart. Present. Councilmember Irvin.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. Here. Mayor DeGree.
Present. And we will, before we have the salute to the flag, I would like to take, I know it's September 12th, and we did have September 11th, so in memory of all the victims, many victims, which I'm sure you were participated in some way yesterday, but if we could have a moment of silence, and then we'll have the salute to the flag by Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So if you just remain standing for a few seconds. Everybody get that? We're going to have a few seconds of silence in honor of all the victims of 9/11 in the three areas of the United States. And thank you very much. Please be seated. So do we have a closed session report? All right, thank you. And so right on to special presentations. We have a proclamation we'll start with for International Peace Day. If the folks, the International Peace folks, would like to come up to the podium, please. And then after that, we do have two Olympians. We will have proclamations for them afterwards. Please come forward, peace folks. Okay, yes. As many as you want to gather around there.
Yes, please. Our core group of Pacifica Peace people.
We can't see in the back, so if anybody's moving forward, wave your arms or something. Whereas the issue of peace embraces the deepest hopes of all peoples and remains humanity's guiding inspiration, whereas in 1981 the United Nations proclaimed the International Day of Peace be devoted to commemorating and strengthening the ideals of peace both within and among all nations and peoples. Whereas the City Council supports and endorses the celebration of International Peace Day in our community through peace projects and activities as expressed by our schools, libraries, local businesses, service, and nonprofit organizations, as well as individuals, all who yearn for peace. Whereas the City Council affirms the contribution that the observance and celebration of International Peace Day makes in strengthening the ideals of peace and alleviating tensions and causes of conflict. Whereas considering the unique opportunity it offers for a cessation of violence and conflict throughout the world, and the related importance of achieving the broadest possible awareness and observance of the International Day of Peace among the global community, Council emphasizes this goal by acknowledging it in Pacifica, whose very name means peace. Be it further resolved that I, Sue DeGree, Mayor of the City of Pacifica, on behalf of the entire City Council, do proclaim September 21st, 2016 as Day of Peace in Pacifica.
Thank you, Mayor DeGree. My name is Delia McGrath, and I've been a member of the Pacifica Peace People since we began in 2003. And it's a great pleasure and honor to be here tonight to receive this proclamation by the city. I want to introduce Carolyn Jaramillo. She's going to give our little response.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Jaramillo, and this evening I'm speaking on behalf of the Pacifica Peace People. The Peace People thank you for proposing and issuing this proclamation declaring September 21st International Peace Day, a day of peace here in Pacifica. We are especially grateful to City Manager Lori Tinfo for reaching out to us and suggesting that the city could cooperate with us on a peace project. She not only initiated the idea, but she took the time to meet and plan with us. Thank you, Lori. By issuing this proclamation, you have taken a very official and public step in peace building. You have affirmed our efforts to create a culture of peace, and you have encouraged us to organize community efforts that have expanded the Day of Peace into a week for peace. Your approval and support has spurred city departments, schools, community organizations to create activities, lessons, and events during the week that focus on our desperate need and desire for peace. We invite you to continue this leadership by participating in the Peace Week events. Our special event, Peace Vigil on International Peace Day, will be at 7 o'clock on the Lindemar Beach. Please come and join us. While organizing this week, we have made connections and received enthusiastic responses throughout the community. We are delighted to work with these groups. We look forward to strengthening these connections by working together to build a peaceful and compassionate community. A community where no one is hungry or homeless, where diversity is valued, human rights are respected, children have opportunities to thrive, and the environment is protected. Such a city may seem like a dream, yet with all of us working together, adopting the words that farm workers have used for decades, we can make that a reality. Let these words resound throughout all our meetings and throughout our city. Si se puede. It can be done. We have the power. Thank you for listening. And to the audience, we'd like to invite all of you to participate in the Peace Week events in any way that you can. Maybe take the open mic at the poetry reading at Florey's and express your yearning for peace, or let your light shine at the candlelight vigil on the beach with the Seaside Singers as you answer the question, what will you do for peace? Thank you for listening.
Before you go, did you have some examples of your artwork that you have around town?
I think you left
Back
it back
there,
at the-
oh,
go
yes, we do.
Yes, and do you want to explain that project? People see it, I know we see it in City Hall, I've seen it in school
Yes,
hallways.
we put around posters in various places and these beautiful peace stubs that were made by the children at one of the projects at the Sanchez Art Center. So it's a beautiful peace stub that the children made by putting their thumbprints in paint. And you can see what beautiful doves they were able to create by cooperating and working together, and you see the diversity and the richness that it creates.
Beautiful.
And then I think you want residents to participate somehow, is that correct?
That was my invitation at the end, that we have a whole list of events coming up, and starting with the poetry reading at Florey's on the 17th, and then at the Candlelight Vigil on September 21st, International Peace Day.
Okay, thanks. I think I was thinking of some more fingerprints. So if you want to come forward and get your proclamation and have photographs, I think we have our official camera people. Council? There's two more.
Okay. Yeah, we come to you. Which way are we going? Can I mention just one other quick thing?
Sure.
We do an ad in the Tribune we have every year for International Peace Day for the last 5 years, and we have right now more than 500 signers of that ad. And if you haven't signed the ad, please go to pacificapeacepeople.net. You can download a copy of the ad and send me an email that you'd like to sign it. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And now to another exciting thing. How many cities have 2 residents that actually make it to the Olympics? So this is I think that says a lot for them and their families and for our community. So if Danny Barrett and Ryan would like to come and be in the spotlight for a while, come up to the podium while I read these for you.
We're all going to get up now.
We definitely appreciate the hard work and commitment of young people, that's for sure, from our own. So, Danny Barrett, would you raise your hand? Which one are you? Okay, you're the rugby guy, right?
Yes.
So whereas Danny Barrett was raised in Valimar, attended Valimar, Ortega, and IBL schools, and whereas Danny played baseball from ages 5 to 13 for Pacifica National Little League and Pacifica Pony League, and CYO basketball for St. Peter's Church from 3rd to 8th grade, whereas Danny played AYSO soccer from ages 5 to 10, then played for a traveling soccer league through 8th grade. Whereas Danny attended Sacred Heart Cathedral Prep High School, playing football all 4 years, and was named Most Valuable Defensive Player his sophomore year, and Most Valuable Offensive Player his senior year. Whereas Danny played rugby for the San Francisco Golden Gate Rugby Club, starting at age 13, and continued to play for San Francisco Golden Gate Rugby Club throughout his high school years, receiving many awards. Whereas Danny attended the rugby camp at UC Berkeley and received the Best and Fairest Award, which is awarded to a player that will be asked to join Cal Rugby. Then learned of his acceptance to Cal while on a rugby tour in Argentina in 2008. Whereas Danny was an All-American 4 of his 5 years, had 2 undefeated championship seasons, and helped Cal win its first collegiate rugby championship and 7-a-side rugby, playing alongside both of his brothers at Cal in 2009. Well, that's a nice touch, too. Whereas he joined the USA Sevens rugby team in January 2014 upon graduation from Cal in 2013. Danny helped the team to its first ever cup finish in 2015, and he was named to the USA Olympic team in 2016. Whereas Danny also played with the USA 15's rugby team since 2014 during the Sevens team off-season. He also played in the Rugby World Cup in England in 2015, as well as many other international matches. Now, therefore, I, Sue Degree, Mayor, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize Danny Barrett for his natural ability, spirit of dedication, enthusiasm, and hard work as a USA Olympic athlete, and urges all citizens to join with our city in recognizing the work and dedication of this outstanding athlete. So we'll do you first, Danny. Do you want to give us a little bit of advice and encourage our young folks? Like, did you dream of this day? Did it? Go ahead to the microphone.
Different?
Yeah.
I guess I didn't really dream of kind of being an Olympian or going to the Olympics in rugby. But I think everyone who's ever watched the Olympics has always dreamed of, hey, one day I want to be the next Michael Phelps or Greg Louganis or next great Olympian in whatever discipline it is. So I've definitely taken a thought of, hey, I want to be the next great Olympic swimmer or Olympic speed skater or something. and to have it be rugby just kind of stumbled upon like our family and my life, and then the opportunity to join the national team and have rugby go back into the Olympics is just kind of, the timing of everything was perfect for me. And I mean, I couldn't thank my parents and my family enough for having my back and everything that I've done, and through the good times and the bad. But yeah, if you put your mind to it, you can really achieve anything. So it took a lot of hard work, but I'm pretty happy I stuck to it.
I wonder if everybody, I wonder if everybody realizes what rugby is. Maybe you, maybe you'd like to give a, if I was in England, I think I would, all right, but.
Yeah, so rugby is basically American football backwards. You can't pass forward, you can't block for anyone. It's actually where American football came from. So back in the 1800s, it came from a soccer game. William Webb Ellis got kind of angry during a game of soccer, while he was playing at the rugby school, which was a school in England. And he picked up the ball and ran with it, and hence the game of rugby started. Came from the name of the school, and then kind of throughout time, the rules, just like any sport, changed and grew and all of that. And then it was actually one of the bigger sports in American colleges, but once kind of football came around, that took the mantle, you know. But football got too rough, so they kind of went back to rugby for a little bit of time in the early 1900s. And then around the 1920s, it kind of went back to football. The U.S. actually won the gold medal in 1920 and 1924 in rugby. And 1924 was the last year. They beat France. So we were the reigning defending gold medalists. But it's probably one of the best sports you can find out there, especially nowadays. Football, you have kind of 60 to 90 seconds in between plays. The guy's just kind of standing around, where rugby, it's nonstop action in the Olympic case, for 14 minutes. In the standard rugby union, the 15-a-side game, for 80 minutes. There's going to be stuff that you'll never see in a football game, because it involves aspects of football, basketball, soccer, and all players are going to have all skills. A little term we like to call it is all skills, all players. Everyone can do everything, unlike you got football, you guys have that only block. Like, they're never going to touch a ball their entire career, where you might be the same size as an NFL offensive lineman, but you better be prepared to make a tackle and maybe lift someone in a line out, which is kind of restart a play. A cheerleading move of sorts. So it's got a little bit of everything for everyone, and the best part about it is it's kind of all predicated on safety. Everything in football is a collision sport. It's not a contact sport. Rugby is a contact sport, where you make your tackles, but at the same time you're taught to keep your head out of the way, so you're keeping your concussions to a minimum. It's going to happen in any contact collision sport, but if you can keep it to a minimum, then that's what we aspire to do. No pads, so it's like you're playing with your brothers in the backyard, especially for me, playing at Valimar School all those years. But yeah, it's probably the best sport that no one knows about yet, and it's just going to get bigger now with the Olympics. So
Probably in this
I urge
town.
everyone to look at it.
So I think in the interest of time, if you would just stay there, I'm not going to make council go back and forth twice. So then we'll hear about Ryan, and then we'll take your pictures with your families and friends separately, okay? And one more question, burning question though. Are you going to continue with rugby?
Yeah, so on Sunday, I will be driving back down to Chula Vista, California, which is just north of the Mexican border, where we have one of the 4 Olympic training centers. So I'll be back down there starting Monday the 19th, and December 1st, we have our first tournament in Dubai.
Oh, wow.
Dubai, and then the next weekend we go to South Africa and play in Johannesburg. And that'll kind of start our season of 10 stops around the world. I guess it's a good time to plug it. USA Rugby has the USA Sevens in Vegas it's probably the end of February this year. So it's on NBC. Check it out. It's you'll be surprised when you see it. It's definitely something else.
All right, thank you. We'll have Horace make sure it gets in the paper, right, Horace? Okay, so next for our next Olympian. Whereas Ryan started gymnastics at an early age, and his first club here in the United States was Gymtown Gymnastics in San Bruno. And from there, he trained at San Mateo Gymnastic and finished off club gymnastics at Stanford Boys Club. Whereas Ryan has lived in Pacifica for the past 11 years and attended Terra Nova High School. Whereas Ryan was recruited by Cal and spent 4 years as an integral member of Cal Gymnastics and was most fortunate to attend the inaugural Youth Olympics in Singapore in 2011. And the following year, he competed in the World Championships in Japan. He then competed in Worlds in 2014 in China and followed this by going to the World Championships in Scotland last year. All right. Whereas Ryan has spent the best 7 years competing for South Africa at the African Games, African Championships, Youth Olympic Games, World Championships, and the Olympic Test event. Whereas most exciting of all has been the Rio Test event in April, which led him to qualify for the Rio Olympics in August 2016. Now, therefore, ISU Degree, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby recognize Ryan Patterson for his hard work in both sports and studies, his natural ability and good sportsmanship as an Olympic athlete, and urges all citizens to join with our city in recognizing the work and dedication of this outstanding athlete, done this 12th day of September. So Ryan, you get to make a few statements.
Yeah, so I don't really have a background of knowing the history of gymnastics as well as I've just explained the history of rugby better than the professionals do, you know, out in Fiji and Australia. But, you know, gymnastics is a pretty crazy sport, honestly. Like rugby, it's you have to be ready for anything. You compete all 6 events, so you have to be ready for floor, pommel horse, rings, vault, P-bars, high bar, you name it, right? So, and like tons of different bodies, from the short, stout ring people holding crosses for 35 seconds to the sticks doing pommel horse, who are actually like 6'2", and you would never guess it because gymnasts are always small, right? But I don't know. So I think the road that led me here was pretty crazy. When you're younger, as a gymnast, everyone asks you, do you want to go to the Olympics? And obviously, you're a little kid, so you say yeah, but you never really have the idea that that could ever be something that comes to fruition. And so in, when was it, like 2009, 2010, one of my coaches approached me, and he said, I have this road that we want you to follow to go to the Olympics, and the first stop might be 2012, but inevitably we want you to get there by 2016. And he laid out this roadmap, and I didn't even see it. My mom has told me about it, just how detailed it was, like every step of the way, going to college, World Championships, African Games, African Championships, and things like that. And I kind of just went along with the ride. And I think that's been my MO ever since. I let my coach do all the planning, and I kind of just focus on the gymnastics. So it's been kind of cool in that respect. But obviously there's bumps in the road. Occasionally in high school, I thought I wanted to quit, and even took a couple weeks off just trying to set my priorities straight. But thankfully for family and friends that are here as well, it got me back on the road, got me into school and university, and I kind of think that's where it all clicked. I had this moment where I realized I could be an Olympian, and kind of thing that really inspired me, right? And so beginning freshman year, I worked my butt off. I think sophomore year I took 16 to 18 credits of school plus gymnastics, grinding it out just so I could have a year full of training that I took last year. And so, I mean, it's paid off, and it's been an awesome trip. Definitely the best experience of my life, and lucky to share with family and friends. Mom, Dad, everyone came with.
Very good. So a lot, you kept your studies up too. That's great.
Yeah, my mom definitely would not have let me give up studying for.
And obviously, we need to congratulate the parents and the families, and I would say your friends that supported you, and
course,
coaches, of course.
big parts of it, definitely.
So all you young people and those of us who are older, we might even consider some, look at all the traveling they got to do. So,
There you go.
so I imagine you get up early and start right away. Do you eat breakfast? Do you
Yeah,
just start?
Tend to. No, I'm kidding. So last year was actually like a full year of basically just focused on gymnastics, which is really cool. It was the first time I've ever had that. Wake up at 8, get into the gym at 9, do strength training until 11, go to a class maybe if I want to. I'm kidding. Eat lunch and then come back and do all my routines for another 3 hours. So you're spending about 5 to 6 hours in the gym a day, plus rehab, getting treatment from my trainer and everything. And it was actually a really cool growing event that I've had. Never really had that kind of connection with that many people throughout the Cal administration as well. But definitely had to focus on my studies to finish up school, which was nice.
So I talked to our historical society and PCTR TV. So they are planning if they can possibly catch the two of you separately or together. They do footprints, which is about the history of Pacifica. So they could be interviewing you folks. So they're going to work on that. And I think you know Horace, our editor for sports.
Yeah, we've met.
Okay, so we'll take. So we'll start with Danny to come up with your family, and Horace, you want to be with them too? So, Danny, bring your family and coaches or whoever you want in the picture. We'll be giving you your proclamation.
We're doing this again. Okay.
Thank you.
So do I have a we have a Fog Fest presentation too? We get to party up in a different way. Where's the Fog Fest people? Nice, Larry. They're making fog. Looks like he's looking for fog.
Magic is in there.
No idea what he's got in that bag.
One year they did make fog.
Fog today.
I remember that.
No, really.
Just open a window.
Everybody. My name is Larry Passmore. I'm the president of the Fog Fest this year, and I would like to say thank you to the City of Pacifica, first of all, and also to the Pacifica Police Department, Department of Public Works, PB&R, and the Pacifica School District. This year, we also have the Jefferson Union High School District joining us and helping out with the Fog Fest. We also have 50 community groups that are in town that help us out with the Fog Fest. I'm just going to run through all the numbers really quickly. They're great numbers. I love them. So a brief summary of last year's Fog Fest was we had 65,000 people in attendance. We had 48 community groups that worked with us last year. We had over 500 volunteers that helped put on the Fog Fest. And during the course of the Fog Fest, I don't know if everyone gets a chance ever to see it, we have 3 stages. We have 24 bands that we put on with also all the entertainers during the daytime also. Last year's parade had over 1,200 people in the parade walking down the street. And this year, our theme for this year's Fog Fest is in Fog We Trust. And I do have something for everybody tonight, and I didn't realize there was going to be so many people here tonight for the Fog Fest, so thank you very much for showing up, folks. I don't have enough for everybody. So, this year we're going back with the marching band on the IBL field. There's a contest during that time. The sand sculpture by Bill Lewis is also coming back. PB&R will be putting on the Fun Fest on Sunday at 1 o'clock, the Fog Jog in the morning. One thank you I do want to say is these guys have been with us for a long time. They're probably our longest running and biggest sponsor is Recology of the Coast. Those guys are always there. They're there. They call us up and what can we do for you guys? These numbers are really cool too. So last year, after we pay all our bills and everything's done and said, we have our meeting sometime at the end of November, early December, and we returned $100,000 back to the community groups that worked for us. So to date, since this was our 31st year, well, that was 30 years Fog Fest. So to date, that's $907,000 we've given back to the community groups. And I have to say thank you to the board because I get to get up here and talk and get all, and stand in front of everybody and say thank you all the time. But it's really my board that does all the work behind me. I kind of just tell them what to do and they do it. So my board is Debbie Rossitano. And police, if you see these people out there walking around, they're usually running around with a little radio in their ear during the Fog Fest. Everyone's there and having a good time. It's Robin Reynolds, Jake Passmore, Josh Armstrong, Victor Spanos, Elizabeth Nyer, Scott Caramelli, Carol Camacho, and our coordinator, Kathy Johnson. Those are the people that put the Fog Fest on, besides the 500 volunteers that also work during the 2 days. So thank you to them. Do any of you guys want to say anything? Oh, yeah. And I forgot to mention that you will be seeing Danny Barrett back again because he will be our honorary Grand Marshal this year. We've asked him, and he's generously coming all the way back up from, was it Chula Vista? Oh, he just left. And unfortunately, Ryan will be out of town. He will not be able to come back. So, but I told him if even last minute, let us know. We'll find you a convertible. So, on behalf, did anybody else have anything to say? On behalf of the Fog Fest for 2016, we'd like to present you with the poster for this year. So thank you very much. Come to the Fog Fest. Enjoy it. It's going to be fun 2 days. It's the biggest party in town, and we all have a good time, right? Thank you. Oh, I also have stickers for you guys, too, and these stickers just came out. We just got them. So Like I said, I thought I brought enough for everybody, but I didn't realize that, so I got stickers. And so you guys can wear these when you guys come down to the Fog Fest. All right, so thank you very much. And we also made a mistake. We ordered milk glasses this year, but they came in really small, so I don't know if you guys can have gifts also. So, so we have a bunch of extra tiny milk glasses, so we'd like to give you these guys too, okay? So thank you.
Perfect. Thanks, Larry.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. All right, thank you. So let's not forget the Fog Fest. Thank you very much.
10 days.
10 days? Yeah. Where'd the month go?
Okay, so we are now at the consent calendar, which there are items 1 to 9. I want to take a motion.
I just want,
Who has lights here? Do the lights work? Kathy? Oh, yeah. Councilwoman Nyhart.
I just wanted to make one comment about one item. I don't want to ask any questions. But I just want to, again, state on, shoot, where'd it go? I had it a minute ago. Item 5. I just wanted to say thank you one more time to everybody who worked on one of the better ordinances. I've been talking to other cities and other council members, and so often this is written for an illicit business instead of the therapeutic massage that it is so vital to so many people. And I want to thank everyone that worked on it, and especially our chief of police. This is such a better ordinance than what is out there that our state association is really looking at it as a model, so I encourage them all to write about it. Thank you.
Right, that is protecting small businesses, which is very important.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so,
Move.
sorry. Councilmember O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
I just wanted to make a comment and thank staff. Having gone through 8 school remodels, it was nice to see that when the change order come through, you're keeping a running total of that. And when I spoke to Lori, she's going to keep that with every report that comes in, because inevitably there is change orders. Yeah. But I just wanted to compliment staff for starting from the get-go so that council can keep track of the change orders and the money being spent. So thank you. And with that,
You can make a motion, Betty.
with that, I'll make the motion to approve the consent calendar as stated.
Councilmember Irvin.
I'll second, and just while we're on, we're talking about gratitude for staff, I just really wanted to comment, there's so much work in this consent agenda tonight. It's pretty phenomenal, and the local hazard mitigation plan update is a phenomenal piece of work, and anybody that has time, it's about 500 pages, and it's just all about how to handle various hazards in Pacifica and in San Mateo County, and it's a phenomenal amount of work, and it's done, really put together beautifully, and I want to commend Captain Spanheimer and the entire staff, everybody that had anything to do with that, as well as the many other, there was a STEM grant that took a lot of time and energy by Director Perez. It was just a lot of work in our consent agenda, and we don't comment on it, but it really is recognized, and I appreciate the work that went into that.
That's both excellent points, and I think the hazard, you should look at it. It's very important and very well done, and I think you can even go online. I've seen Captain Spanheimer with his computer. It's really fascinating. You can.
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, so I'll call for the vote.
Second.
We did have a second.
Second.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
seconded it, sorry. Did mine.
And those 9 pass 5-0. All right, so we're going on to oral communications. And which ones did I have first here? That's fourth. They don't say orals. Oh, yeah, here they go. Oh, never mind, sorry, I got them. So under orals, under this, you can speak about anything that's not on the present agenda. So if something comes to your mind and you want to just pick up one of these. So we'll start with Carrie Gallego. Gayu, thank you very much. And then after that, David Lubig, and Amy Kaplan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Carrie Gayu, and I've been a resident in the Bay Area for about 40 years, off and on, and currently have been residing in the Richmond in San Francisco for the past 10 years. And I work locally at the UCSF Medical Center. I've been there 10 years as well. And I'm a representative of the working poor, and I realized that I'd never be able to own a house in the Bay Area with the salary that I make, no matter what I did. And a few years ago, I discovered tiny houses and the potential that they would allow me to have a roof over my head and I could take it with me wherever I went. And possibility of staying in the Bay Area. But the reality is that even though the movement to live simply with a lighter footprint, be mindful of climate change, and afford to live independently, it carries the additional crucial issue as to where to find the land to do it. And finding tiny houses is easy because we can all watch TV and see all the great TV programs about building your tiny house, but what they never tell you is where are you going to put it? And that is always the million-dollar question that people say in all the blogs that I read is, where are you going to put it? And so I've been in touch with the mayor. I emailed her several months ago before all your big storms hit, and then I figured you were a little bit busy. I had actually found a piece of land that I thought would be really perfect, and I found out that it recently sold. And I don't know if it might become available to doing something like a tiny house village, but who knows. Anyway, I had also emailed members of the planning department about Pacifica considering alternative housing by supporting pocket neighborhoods made up of independently owned tiny houses, and ideally on rented land that was rented out from the city for us. And to consider properties that might have maybe existing buildings that we could use as a community house. I've also emailed a link for the documentary of Living Tiny Legally, where this has been put into action by the city councils and planning in Fresno, Ojai, and in Rockridge, Florida. So I'm hoping to start a dialogue tonight that this is something that we could continue talking about. I think that Pacifica is uniquely located. You already have an RV park, you have a trailer park, but tiny houses are a very different animal. And the people who love them, want to live in them, very much, I think, are kind of a different grouping of people and looking to educate a way of living more lightly. So we have an opportunity as a community, a society, and responsible citizens to look forward to how we can better plan for a future.
All right,
And I appreciate your listening to me.
thank you very much. Next is David Ludwig and Amy Kaplan, Anita Rees.
Hello, my name's David Ludwig. I'm a residential architect, and I've been living in a tiny house for 10 years. And I'm here to further the idea that tiny house community would be a very appropriate thing for Pacifica. So I brought some design work that I've done creating a prototype community. This particular one is in Sebastopol. And
You might want to lift it. I think he can get it on.
so this particular community is 3.5 acres. It has 20 tiny houses on it, which means it's the same density as a regular city block. It's not a trailer park. The focus of the community is garden and outdoor space. This is a perfect opportunity for aging in place as a community. And one of the things I'd like to introduce, along with the idea of a design being really different from a trailer park, is that tiny houses offer truly affordable housing. The difficulty with affordable housing is profit. So when you put profit into the property, into the construction, into the design of affordable housing, and then the management of affordable housing, you make it no longer affordable. But when you have a tiny house community, it is self-designed and self-managed. So you actually wind up with a community that is affordable. And because of that, each community has a different character, a different look, and a different focus. And so I want to encourage the city to look at the development of tiny house regulations and rules. Right now, they're sort of a hybrid between recreational vehicles and small housing units, and we're looking for a way of creating a legal place for tiny houses to exist between all of these different codes. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Amy Kaplan, Anita Rees, Dan Stejnik, Kathy McGuire.
Hi, my name is Amy Kaplan. I live on Manor Drive near Monterey Road in Pacifica, and I've lived here since 1999. My house is paid off. I've worked my whole life, and I want to retire, and I cannot afford the property tax and the maintenance on a house that's facing the canyon and is affected by all the wind and the rain, the elements and things like that. In 2006, 3 of the roofs on our house on Manor Drive fell into the road. I've had windows break during storms and things like that. I want to stay in Pacifica, but I won't be able to as an aging person, so I want to support the City Council having a dialogue about tiny homes. I'm also a new CERT member, and that gives me another reason to really want to stay. I know lots of other people in Pacifica who want to downsize now, and who would love to stay in the community, but are almost being forced out, by the fact that once they retire, they won't be able to afford the maintenance and the property tax on their homes as well. And I think teachers and police, fire, first responders also are struggling to live in, expensive communities such as ours in San Mateo County, and it would be great for them as well to be able to have more affordable housing. Yeah, so I mean, for me personally, I think as a retiring person, it's probably the only way that I could afford to stay in town, and I think that Pacifica could consider being a trailblazer in the Bay Area and Northern California for sustainable, affordable housing. That's all. Thank you.
I thank you very much. Anita Rees?
Anita Rees with the Pacifica Resource Center, and I just wanted to give you a quick update. We had our relaunch celebration a few weeks ago, which was great. We had a lot of fun. Thank you to the city for helping us navigate the system to actually make it happen by closing off the street. So thanks for all of that, including police department, the planning department, engineering department, and lots of other departments. So thanks. We had 150 folks attend and toured our new space, which helped us raise nearly $35,000 for our services this year, which is up about $5,000 from previous program, our 40th anniversary year and a half ago. We wanted to thank those who attended, those who donated, and our sponsors, including Recology and the Sam Mazza Foundation. One of the purposes of the event was to highlight our new building, so folks got to tour it. Unfortunately, we haven't quite been able to use it. So hopefully within the next month, we'll be able to start using it, and you'll see another kind of shift in our services, and we'll probably do some sort of a grand opening once that happens. So programmatically, we also finished our back to school program, and we served over 150 children with backpacks and grade specific school supplies. So again, want to thank all of the supporters that helped us get the backpacks and the school supplies that we needed, including the Lions Club, the Coastside Social and Service Club, the Police Association, Miller O'Brien, and several others I'm sure that I'm forgetting, so I apologize. But it does take a lot to make something like that happen, and we have great community support for it. We're also now that we're done with back to school, gearing up for the holiday, our holiday programs. So we'll be starting to enroll families in our Thanksgiving program and our Adopt a Family program beginning in October. So you'll hear more about that as we get a little bit further along. And then lastly, we're looking for volunteers again for our tax preparation services. We provide free tax services to folks who are in town. Last year it was folks who earned under $53,000 a year, so we can serve them. We can also provide support helping people apply for ITINs or individual tax identification numbers. So we are looking for a few more folks. We're using a new software this year, so we'll all be learning again. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our number, our phone number to reach us is 650-738-7470. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dan Stegnick, Kathy McGuire, John Bogdanov. Get that right yet?
Good evening, council members. I'm Dan Stedging. Thanks for hearing me tonight. I wanted to talk about a potentially dangerous situation where the city has some negligence and a lot of potential liability. First, I just want to thank Councilmember John Keener on consent number 5 for noticing that banned medical massage in home when we originally had this meeting. And I want to thank the U.S. team who's here for kicking some, as I was saying, I wanted to talk about a potentially dangerous situation where we have a lot of potential liability here. It's Crespi Drive between Ladera Street and Robert Street. You've got school kids going there, between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. at night. Since June of 2015, you're looking at 15 months, both the lights have been burned out for the school crossing signs. Originally, you had 19 vertical reflector poles there on the south side. There's only 2 of them left. They kind of formed an artificial bump out there. On the north side, you had 22 of them. There's only 2 of them left. Those 3-foot-tall reflector poles there. The yellow crosswalk paint is faded, and the white bike lane is completely abraded away. Over by Roberts, you've got a ramp on the south side that's offset from the crosswalk. It shovels kids on bikes and seniors into the intersection in front of the crosswalk. There's no stop line there that stops cars from coming all the way up to the crosswalk. And you've got a parking spot on the east side, south and east side, right in front of 570 Crespi that blocks the view of anyone less than 4 feet tall there. Anyway, it's a real interesting set of circumstances where we do have negligence as a city and almost potentially unlimited liability. Are we that insolvent that we can't even fix some lights for school crossings and paint the lines? This is going to be a tragedy sooner or later. Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. Kathy McGuire, John Bogdanov, Teresa Dyer, and Bridget Duffy. If there's anybody else who wants to say something that's not on the agenda, go ahead, Kathy.
Thank you. I'm Kathleen McGuire from the Pacifica Historical Society, and I'm here to invite you and all the Pacificans for the placing of the statue of Pacifica in the museum, in our Coastside Museum. The statue, the original statue, was 80 feet high, and it was first seen at the Golden Gate International Exposition in 1939-1940. That original statue has disappeared, but we are very fortunate to have one of 2 remaining statues. Now, the statue is 8 feet tall, and it's, as you know, down in the lobby. And so the celebration will be at our museum as it is being placed Friday evening, September 23rd, 6 to 8 o'clock in the evening. That's the day before the Fog Fest. So we would like everybody to come, all Pacificans and anybody interested in that period of history. We will also be showing a collection of memorabilia from the Golden Gate International Exposition. Thank you.
Thank you. John Bogdanov.
John Bogdanov, proud resident of Pacifica, West Sharp Park neighborhood. Thank you, Council. I have some exciting news. It has been said that all politics is local. Well, it turns out that the same holds true for sea level change. That is right. I'd like to draw your attention to pages 1148 to 1149 from the document Climate Change 2013, The Physical Science Basis, contribution of Working Group 1 to the 5th Assessment Report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Chapter 13 is entitled Sea Level Change. Now, by the way, the IPCC is the international body for assessing the science related to climate change, set up by the UN, quote, to provide a scientific basis for governments at all levels to develop climate-related policies. Frequently asked question 13.1 at 1148 asks, why does local sea level change differ from the global averages? In relevant part, the FAQ states, quote, in summary, a variety of processes drive height changes of the ocean surface and ocean floor, resulting in distinct spatial patterns of sea level change at local to regional scales. The combination of these processes produces a complex pattern of total sea level change, which varies through time as the relative contribution of each process changes. The global avenue change is a useful single value or variable. At the same time, however, where the various regional processes result in a strong signal, there can be large departures from the global average value. Now listen to this. Since the late 20th century, satellite measurements of the height of the ocean surface relative to the center of the Earth, known as geocentric sea level, show differing rates of geocentric sea level change around the world. It refers to Figure 1 on this page. Quote, for example, in the Western Pacific Ocean, we're talking about China, Japan, Philippines, rates were about 3 times greater than the global mean value of about 3 millimeters per year from 1993 to 2012. Now, this technology just began in 1992. In contrast, those in the Eastern Pacific Ocean are lower than the global mean value, with much of the west coast of the Americas, this is a quote, experienced a fall, not a slow in the rate of growth, but a fall in sea surface height over the same period. Now, the map at Figure 1 shows a drop in sea level off the coast of the western United States. There's a map with colors, 2 to 4 millimeters per year in the last 20 years. Documents at climatechange2013.org. Now, isn't that great news? I make these points to discourage decision-making based on speculations of calamity for Pacifica in terms of these various neighborhoods without a firm grasp of the facts or the predictability of events 100 years out or more. Such conclusions, in my opinion, can be dangerously results-driven and not suitable variables, and there are many variables that are relevant in determining the right course of action with regard to the West Sharp Park that's precious to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Dyer? Bridget Duffy, and I don't have any others at
Good
the moment.
evening, City Council and staff. I'm here because I'm really upset under public records, and also I wrote a letter to the editor regarding the 501c for the Library Foundation, and under the fair political practice, I am entitled to an answer. So I have to assume that there is none then. I was a secretary for a nonprofit organization, so I know that you have to apply to the state for it. So if I could get that answer, I'd appreciate it. I was still calling City Hall today and still didn't get an answer. The other thing is I want to speak about is the original vote, that the people voted on the library. That was a valid vote. I mean, how dare you get a group of people here and put the squeeze to Mr. Keener so he would say yes, so it would go on the ballot. No, that's illegal. What if I was going to vote for Hillary and I voted, and then the next day I decide to vote for Trump? How would you all feel about that? No. Besides, we can't afford a new library. I also got the property taxes for that space that they want to build the library on. And guess what? For all you people that own land here, I'd like to know what your property taxes are, because they only pay $17. And guess what they pay it for? Mosquito abatement. And mosquito abatement, I mean, you know, if you're paying $17 for mosquito abatement, there must be water, right? So I don't think the place to build a library is right near here, okay? Think of some alternatives. The other thing is, our city attorney made a mistake on the vote. If she's that incompetent that she doesn't need that, we need 4 votes, then we need to rescue her or whatever if she can't do her job. We have 25 lawyers of San Mateo County that we can contact. We pay for those 25 lawyers, so why not use their legal advice? And then we wouldn't be in the problems we are today. And as far as liabilities, yes, we have liabilities, and I'm not going to mention the council person's name, but the liability is in City Hall itself. Because I said, if we can spend this kind of money on libraries and everything, why can't we put an elevator there? Oh, no, it's full of termites. Well, that's a liability.
All right, thank you. Bridget Duffy, and if anybody else has something they want to add that's not on the agenda?
Hello, Bridget Duffy. I'm here, I've been here a few times on the same issue. It's the issue of renters' rights, that we're lacking here in Pacifica. I'm here, my mom is going to be 90 at the end of October. She's on Social Security, obviously. She's been in her apartment for 25 years, and she got a $500 rent increase about 4 months ago, and she just got a $300 rent increase about 3 weeks ago, and we all know what this means. And at 90 years old, we're talking about literally her life. She will not probably survive a move. And the thing is I walked in here between a banker and a lawyer, nothing personal, guys, but I know that they get sit-downs with people being paid with tax monies. We pay the salaries of all of you, the people, the taxpayers, and bankers and lawyers can sit down with you and you will listen to them. People have come up here over and over again, and now I have a personal story of real, honest-to-goodness tragedy in the making. And Martin Luther King once said, laws cannot change a man's heart, but laws can restrain the heartless. And it's your job. You swore an oath to uphold the Constitution and to defend us against all attackers, both domestic and foreign, all threats, domestic and foreign. Our culture is our community is threatened. The people of this community are threatened. This is a threat. We are being hammered. We need your help. There's nothing else that's going to help us. I beg you, I do. I beg you to have a heart. People are being horribly disrupted by pure, unrestrained greed. It's called profiteering. I'll give you I have 30 seconds. The definition of profiteering: a person who extorts exorbitant profits, especially by selling scarce or rationed items, housing. It's profiteering. We need help. We really do.
All right, thank you. Okay. I want to remind everybody, we'll be here forever if we clap, so please try to wave your arms or smile brightly or whatever. Mike, Bill, and Kelly, I can't get the rhythm of this last name, Bogdanov, and is this?
Yeah, this is the
So Mike, Bill, where are you? Okay. This is for orals?
That's a new one, yeah, it's oral.
Thank you. And after that, Tom Richardson.
Good evening. Managed retreat is an ingenious phrase. It sounds orderly, managed, and peaceful retreat. If managed retreat was being proposed for a lonely stretch of uninhabited coastal road, it would be a perfectly reasonable solution. We would simply have to remove the old road and any toxic materials, build a new road further inland, and compensate the owner for lost property. Unfortunately, in Pacifica, managed retreat is more akin to the phrase corporate downsizing. Even though this phrase also sounds orderly and benign, In reality, it masks the utter devastation to families and communities when large employers fire thousands of workers. For reasons I cannot fathom, there are people in Pacifica who refuse to differentiate between a lonely stretch of coastal road and Beach Boulevard, which cuts through the heavily populated district of West Sharp Park. This historical and well-established neighborhood contains over 7,000 people, 650 homes, 88 small businesses, a landmark pier, an historical golf course, a handicap-accessible promenade and picnic areas, a large middle school with athletic fields, the Pacifica Resource Center, city government offices, Little Brown Church, and last but definitely not least, 617 affordable rental housing units, which no form of rent control could ever replace. I have heard people claim that the potential harm to West Sharp Park from managed retreat has been grossly overstated. Some of these same people are even trying to further mask and soften their true intentions by calling managed retreat Save the Beach. Who could possibly be against saving the beach? Kind of sounds like saving kitties and puppies. If anyone thinks that the devastation to West Sharp Park and West Fairway is overstated, all you have to do is look at the water inundation maps, excuse me, which show the Pacific Ocean going all the way up to Highway 1. These maps are being used by Bob Battaglio and John Keener to frighten the community into accepting managed retreat as the only option to deal with impending sea level rise. Council candidate Deirdre Martin is calling it Save the Beach in her candidate, and Sue DeGree is mum on the subject. Regardless of what these people call it, it all has the same goal, which is to prevent any future maintenance of the earthen berms along the golf course and preventing the construction of an honest-to-goodness seawall on Beach Boulevard, which could easily protect life and property from all of this devastation.
Thank you. Kelly Bogdanov and Tom.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second?
It has to be 2 seconds. 1 second, fine.
Just, we have always had a policy of keeping campaign issues out of this, and I wanted to bring that forward. Is that still something that we can do?
Well, I think that when we're talking about public comment, that's something within the jurisdiction, that there is discretion that the public commenter is allowed.
Okay. We have had that courtesy in the past. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, Kelly? And then Tom Richardson, and then we're ready to close.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Bogdanov of West Sharp Park, and thank you, Mayor DeGree and council members, for scheduling the September 27th meeting to discuss sea level rise and coast erosion. At the meeting, I encourage each of you to let the public know two things at least. One, whether you advocate seeking federal and state grants to build a new seawall north of the pier that would replace the substandard wall that we have now that's actually a retaining wall. And second, your viewpoint on managed retreat, especially as it relates to Beach Boulevard and also the entirety of West Sharp Park, which includes more than 600 homes and 600 rental units. Managed retreat supporters seem to be ignoring that among the Bay Area jurisdictions that are preparing for sea level rise, not one is advocating managed retreat for areas with large, established, and functioning residential and commercial developments. Instead, cities and counties are wisely planning to upgrade coastal and shoreline infrastructure and protect public and private assets that are vulnerable. For example, there are efforts underway to protect San Francisco International Airport, Highway 101, Treasure Island, commercial areas where Facebook and Google are located. There are plans in the works to protect new bayside developments in Candlestick Point, south of AT&T Park, at Pier 70, as the Chronicle detailed last weekend. And there is a multi-county effort to create a levee system to protect the bay's shoreline. Managed retreat supporters are also ignoring perspectives of Congresswoman Jackie Speer,
Speaker Pro Tem Kevin Mullen, and County Supervisor Don Horsley. These widely respected elected officials are encouraging Pacifica to develop a plan to protect and improve our coastal infrastructure. And they are willing to fight for federal and state grants to build a proper seawall north of the pier. Now our town needs your leadership and your support. At the September 27th meeting, I urge you to begin formulating a coastal plan that would steer Pacifica far away from the dangerous managed retreat ideology, and it is an ideology, that not only seeks to dismantle and demolish West Sharp Park, but would end up destroying Pacifica.
Thank you. Tom Richardson? Now, one more time, does anybody else on anything that's not on the agenda?
No, good evening. I've spoke to you a couple times now about sea level rise and the retaining wall that needs to be replaced. It just happens that, and Kelly just brought this up, this huge article is in the San Francisco Chronicle yesterday, front page, and these two big spreads inside the paper about sea level rise and where the water is going to go in San Francisco. And as Kelly mentioned, Hunters Point, all of these areas that are going to be flooded. But San Francisco is accepting the fact that sea level rise is a reality, and they're making plans to do something about it. In fact, in some of these areas that, and they have right in the paper the areas that will be underwater in however many years, 100 years or something, they're actually planning to build additional housing in those locations and protect that area, protect it from sea level. We have in West Sharp Park infrastructure, housing that we can't afford to lose. So here is San Francisco planning for this, and I'm just asking that you plan for it as well and not let Sharp Park go into the ocean. That's absolutely idiotic. So that's what I wanted to point out. If you didn't see this in the Sunday Chronicle, it's a good read. Very informative. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Anybody have a light? Is this Laurel's?
Library, no, they need to be soft. These are oral.
Okay, sorry, I missed two. You should have raised your hands and waved at me. So Mary McCall and Anna Booth, your items are actually under orals and not under another item, so. So Mary McCall, okay, thank you, and Anna Booth. Sorry, they got off the packet. Yeah, or you can switch if you want to, I don't care.
Hi, I haven't lived in Pacifica very long, but I have voluminous notes, as you can see, about the idea of closing the library, Sharp Park, and Sanchez. If I didn't have the Sanchez Library, I would be sitting in my room all alone most of the time, by myself, doing nothing. I don't have a TV set. I don't have any other entertainment stuff. But books are my entertainment stuff. I was a teacher for about 150 years. And one thing I found out is that reading is good for you. And I couldn't get across town to another library. I'm hesitant to even take the Samtrans bus. You might not believe this, but the only time I have ridden a bus in my life is when I was taking kids on a field trip. and the driver would always wait for me. I wasn't in a walker then like I am now, but I can't get very far in this thing. I love it. I need it. But I also need the Sanchez Library. I would be really upset if that were to close down. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Booth?
I'm cobble-wobbly myself tonight. I'm happy to announce that we finally have one united citizens group to oppose the library tax, and tax is a word. A bond is your agreement with the bank. A tax is the money you get from the citizens to pay for it. We call ourselves Citizens United to defeat the library tax. We will meet every Monday at 6 o'clock in the social hall of Casa Pacifica, across from the library Sanchez we're trying to save. We'll do all sorts of things. We'll make posters, we have signs, we'll be talking to you, we'll be writing letters to the editor, and we will be going to court if we have to stop this illegal and unfair procedure. I know many of you are against the library tax, and many of our listeners are, our viewers are. So we just want you to know that we are available. We have a flyer. Can you see it? It has the picture. It has the picture of the two libraries that we're trying to see. Can you get it? We have the picture of the two libraries we're trying to save, because in all of your written literature, you seldom or ever mention that we need to tear down two libraries to get this pie in the sky with no parking, on a shaky ground, with a payment of $30 million in bond. Why do you need money from selling the libraries? What are you going to do with that money? How much they're getting and when? Anyway, we have a lot of reasons, and we just want to welcome everyone who wants to work with us every Monday evening at 6 o'clock at Casa Pacifica, across from the Sanchez Library. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I believe that is the last. Raise your hand if I missed you. Oh, I don't see a card. Come on up. Just give your name and then turn one in.
My name is Ernest Strasser. I've lived in Pacifica for 40 years, and I'm here tonight to talk about the new library. To think putting every taxpayer in debt for 30 years for a library that less than 10% of the population will use is a clear case that our city leaders don't have a clue about logic. Our whole city needs cleaning up, but our council members think we need a library instead of fixing our streets. Knowing a bit about construction, I visited our two libraries. What I saw was sad. Neither one looked like they've been painted for years. The windows needed cleaning to the point they blocked the natural light, and the carpets were stained. Basically, they were in a state of neglect. Our city manager stated that it cost $1 million apiece each year to operate our libraries. I think that statement is nowhere close to the truth, because if that much money was spent, why are they in such bad shape? I think our libraries were purposely run down to make it look like a new one is needed. Whenever a developer tries to build anything in this town, they are put through a battery of studies and tests. I haven't seen any report on how many people actually use our libraries on a daily or annual basis. This bond measure has been in the works for years, and our leaders finally got their ducks in a row when they hired our city manager. I believe she was hired not for her strong managing skills, but she got a new library built in the last two towns she worked in. She did get 1/4 of Lindemore Boulevard paved and the handicaps ramp installed. Lindemore is 2 miles long, and only 1/2 a mile was paved. Why was only part paved? Did we run out of money? Pacifica needs additional revenue. Our leaders aren't doing what is best for the majority of our population. How much revenue will a new library generate? Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. Did I miss anybody else? All right, go ahead.
Hi, Victor Spano, Sunshine Drive, Pacifica. I just see a lot of working people from the hospitality industry here, and I'm wondering if you would consider advancing the Beach Boulevard item to the first of the consideration. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for that. All right, I'm going to close orals for now and bring it back to City Council. And I have a light. Councilwoman Nyhart.
Oh, gosh. Totally forgot now. I was
All right.
listening that we switch gears. Couple of things. Transportation Authority, of course, met, and we have moved forward with some additional funding. I don't believe from the governor's budget it appears that we're going to replace the STIP fundings. And just for people who are out here, these are your transportation dollars, the dollars that pave your roads. Government actually has a lot of different pots that money can be used for, and it's not just all one big pot. So you can't use it for certain things except, for example, streets and roads comes from one pot. That pot has been very limited in terms of what the state is willing to share out of the tax dollar, and our Measure A funds are very limited at this point in time. So in both cases, it looks like it's going to be a pretty bleak year. I did want to say that in terms of One Bay Area planning and following some of the concerns that have been, and I also sit on the Association for Bay Area Governments. What I heard tonight actually is a very, very serious problem with a lot of tentacles. And I won't, because we can't address specific issues that are brought up in oral communications, I won't go into it in detail, but I will say that displacement and the issues around rent and affordable housing are huge issues that have been growing each and every year. And because of that, in One Bay Area planning, we are focused on issues around displacement. And so the One Bay Area grants and funding will now have a requirement of displacement, being an element of scoring to receive those grants. Displacement is left up to the counties to actually implement, and it was an amazing discussion to witness when the full board actually talked about it from all 20 cities in the City and County Association of Governments from San Mateo, because not one city had displacement policies in place that were in any way addressing what we're talking about here. There's 2 with ballot measures, but going forward, but nothing that would meet that. So they lowered the points for this year, but I think that it is clear that, and I wanted to say this to staff and to council, that this is something we have to address at some point. We have to address it sooner rather than later. With that said, I also want to say that the final meeting, or what we believe to be the final meeting for the Water Committee for the City and County Association of Governments, will be on the 29th, in which we will come back together with everything from the sea level rise to the issues around flooding and groundwater and all of those factors that we tried to put together in terms of planning for San Mateo County, and having some decision around an organized group to look at those. And the recommendation is right now leaning toward that a body that actually represents all 20 cities would be that element, and that at this point in time would be the City and County Association of Governments. But you never can tell what the final vote will bring, and so if you have other opinions, certainly you want to attend that meeting. And And last but not least, I just wanted I always like things that are sort of clean and straightforward, and I am a little concerned that we have a consistent policy as a council about how we approach study sessions. I really wanted to attend the rent control study session as an example, but we decided to have it with just 4 council members, and yet we're pushing to have begin to address what will probably be a longer-term process, and we've had to wait for all 5 council members with sea level rise. So I just want to make sure that we address this in a fair way that has a consistent approach, and I hate to take anything away from mayor discretion, but I would like to just say that I noticed and I was concerned.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Nobody else?
Yeah.
Councilwoman Keen.
I'll make it relatively quick because I know there's a lot of people here that are waiting a long time to speak. Just tell you a few things. I attended the legislative committee meeting from San Mateo County with Councilmember Nyhart, and just wanted to add to that some very interesting issues that are coming up, one in which is talking about cap and trade. It's turned out that people are actually doing quite well, businesses, with the regulations behind cap and trade, and what is happening, therefore, is we're getting less money because there aren't as many businesses. They are doing a good job reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, so we are receiving far, far less funds, and what that is doing is preventing us from being able to have monies for transportation issues. So definitely I'd prefer that they do reduce greenhouse emissions, but that is just another area where we're running into shortfalls in expected budgets. So it's kind of an interesting conundrum that we're facing there, and something that we have to address, I think, in the future. I'm also a member of the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and not only one of the things that we discussed is the rubrics that go behind when you're determining a project that would be granted funds. So you have a scoring rubric, and not only is displacement part of that scoring rubric now, but also you have to be within a half mile or a mile from a PDA, a priority development area, and we don't have a priority development area in Pacifica. So it's just another bunch of points that we don't get in Pacifica, so it makes it a lot more difficult for us to get funding for all sorts of projects, the projects that we would all benefit a great deal from. So it's another issue that we really have to address, and trying to get a priority development area in our area which could house people and be accessible to buses and BART and things like that. It's a great way, smart growth, things like that. And I just wanted to thank Anita at the Pacifica Resource Center. It was a beautiful event, and they're just doing a phenomenal job expanding and growing their area to serve the people in Pacifica. So again, thank you for all that you do there. And did I have anything else to say? I think I think that's all I need to say right now.
So I'll keep my list short to the airport issues. And I don't think there's any Pacifican who's happy about what's happening with the airport noise. I did ask the San Francisco Roundtable, which is our area select committee, to take on 2 roles rather than 1, and that would be to go work as we are with the FAA regarding their initiatives. However, that's going to take 2 years to get any kind of solution, and there's no guarantee we'll be happy with that. So I've asked these SFO legislators if they would consider a second role, a dual same-time role, where we would become more of an advocacy group, whatever route that would take. So they did agree. However, we have not had that legislative subcommittee scheduled as yet, even though I'm pressing for it. So I'm hoping that it will be happening relatively soon, because the main idea is not to have our issues linger for 2 years. Okay, anybody else? You're good? So now we will close council communications and go to staff communications.
Thank you, Mayor DeGree. I just have two items that I'd like to share with you and with the community. The first is that in the past, I guess it's been 5 weeks now, we've started a new community outreach effort, and that's called Connect with Pacifica. So it's simply an email message that we send out to a list of folks who've signed up to receive updates from the city, highlighting, we try to focus on city news, save the dates, and press releases. And they go out weekly, typically on a Thursday. And they seem to be getting some great traction. So I know that the council's very aware of it. And if there's anybody in the audience or at home who's interested in receiving it and not getting it yet, you could simply contact my office, which is 650-738-7409, and ask to be added, and we'd be happy to add anyone who's interested in getting information about the city. The second item is I'd like to offer a little bit more information about the sea level rise study session that we are scheduled for September 27th. The start time will be 6 p.m., and we haven't yet selected a place. I'm trying to figure out how to gauge the numbers who we might attract, because this room can fit a certain number, but if we get a larger group, or if we were able to somehow have it be interactive, more than a standard council meeting, that might be beneficial. And again, we need a space that could accommodate that. So we've announced that date and time in the Connect with Pacifica, and you all have mentioned it a couple of times. So we are trying to figure out the right location for it, and we'll continue to promote that through Connect with Pacifica. So appreciate you bearing with us as we determine the last of the logistics, and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anybody else? Do you have that? What is it? Yes?
Can I, through the mayor, when you said the 27th, it reminded me, we have also the strategic plan for transportation has been released for public comment for San Mateo County, and their first public outreach meeting was scheduled to also be on the 27th. And I asked to have it changed, but I don't know if you have any further information on that.
I do not. I have not been notified.
Okay.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so we'll close staff communications, and there are no public hearings, and we're off to consideration. There are 3 consideration items, and one of our council members is not allowed to participate in item 12, so changing the schedule would mean that she would not be able to participate in the other things, so we'll go as quickly as we can. So item 10 is the annual report to City Council from the Economic Development Committee, and the proposed action is receive and accept the annual report from the Economic Development Committee and provide direction on its activities. Item 11 will be the resolution authorizing the refunding of 2008 certificates of participation. So if we can have staff report, please.
You said staff report? Do you mean?
You're part of, yeah, you're a very important committee.
Thank you. All right. Well, while the presentation's booting up over there, hello, Mayor DeGree, council members, Manager Tinfo. My name is Peter Menard. I'm honored to be here with other members of the Economic Development Committee to report on our activities during the past year. Excuse me. A short apology in advance if there's any formatting that's not right up there. I had to move the slides from Google Slides into PowerPoint today for that, and you know how it happens sometimes. So anyway. All right. Before we dive in, knowing that your plate, like all council meetings, is very full, we're not going to go into detail about all of our efforts during the past year, just a couple representative ones, letting you know kind of the kind of things we've been doing and also where we're headed. And we want you, and I wanted to kind of point out right from the outset what we want you to remember. We want you to remember that we've been reaching out and supporting Palmetto. We've been upgrading Pacifica's presence online, and moving forward, we're looking into ways to develop Pacifica's voice and further deepen relationships. I looked for a way to turn that into a mnemonic, Palmetto Online Voice Relationships, but it wanted sounding like a, Palm Wonderful or something. So we'll just say Palmetto Online Voice Relationships. That's what we want you to take away tonight. All right, but who are we? I want to ask each member of the committee to give a wave when I introduce you. The EDC, the voting members are Tanya Boynkin, owner of You Name It Store and Manor; Kevin Cuba, a chief software engineer who provides our committee with incredible skills on all things internet; Matthew Doherty, who works with technologies that support healthy decision makings; Jim Heldberg, owner of the local Silicon Segway in Rockaway Beach; Dave Hovis, a baking executive; David Leal, project manager in the healthcare industry; me, most of my career has been as a middle school teacher; our vice chair, Brent Shedd, our marketing expert; and Victor Spano, who brings his experience in economic and real estate development. We also have participating on our committee but not voting, Ann Stedler, economic development manager, Mayor Sue DeGree, and council member Karen Irvin. All right, a little bit hard to see, but to recap our mandate, the resolution states we need to work with the city manager to review and develop plans to improve customer service and departments interfacing with current and potential Pacifica businesses, facilitate owners and operators in existing business districts to organize, develop, and implement plans for improvement and business development, and number 3, devise and implement a plan for outreach and marketing of Pacifica to encourage business growth. So we're essentially working with city staff for customer service to the business community. We're working with business districts to improve and help develop those districts and find ways to get the word out about Pacifica and the right way to get our goals met. All right, a little recap of last year. So a year ago, we shared how our previous year's work focused on working with the city staff on making the event permitting process more user-friendly and transparent. We looked at the landscape of events in Pacifica and opportunities to fill in the gaps in the calendar with new events. We took an intentional look at neighborhood economies that make up our town, and as each has its own characteristics and opportunities, and developing Pacifica's economy means developing each neighborhood's economy. Kevin Cuba identified and assessed what's available about Pacifica online and on apps to businesses, visitors, and prospective businesses, and identified multiple improvement projects that you'll hear more about tonight. We also keyed in on the need to have the data, the identity, and the presentation of our town that would allow us to market opportunities to entities that could open up shop here and employ people during the workday. Keying on that because, as we all know, our population drops dramatically when we all go over the ridge to work each day, which is a challenge for the economy. A subcommittee was created in December of 2015 to help inform, support, and engage local businesses around Palmetto Ave. With the city without having the long-awaited improvements moving forward. David Leal chairs the subcommittee and prepared this part of the report, but is away on business and unable to be here. He sends his regards. With the utilities undergrounded, 2212 Beach Boulevard project reaching new milestones, such as the selection of a developer tonight, the library bond being on the ballot, many private infill projects underway are completed, the Coastside Museum opened, Palmetto Streetscape Project Phase 1 funded and expected to break ground next year. There's been a lot to talk about with businesses. So the EDC, we had a weekend workshop, yes, a volunteer committee, held a special long meeting on a weekend, where we developed a plan to inform, support, and engage and learn from the Palmetto businesses with as many visits within our scope as possible. On 7 different occasions, we walked to businesses in the neighborhood in a group which included members of the EDC, our fearless leader, Ann Stedler, Vicki Flores of the Chamber of Commerce, Mayor Sue DeGree, Robert Schaffner of the San Mateo Small Business Development Center. When we visited businesses, we provided a folder with resources, and I have a couple of them here tonight that I can pass around. And we reached 34 out of the 53 businesses from Paloma to Clarendon. Our committee volunteered 28 hours to the effort. There were first-time visits, follow-up visits, and some businesses have taken even further steps, including 3 businesses who followed up with the San Mateo Small Business Development Center on ways to strengthen and grow their business. How did the businesses respond to our outreach effort? Well, first and foremost, they were amazingly welcoming. Most expressed that they had the capacity to grow their business, and they were eager to hear about the Palmetto project, interested in the hotel and library, and how the combination of all those projects could bring much needed foot traffic to support their businesses. Those who have been waiting for the streetscape project to occur appeared encouraged by our repeated visits and the details that we were able to share. In short, we found businesses engaged, supportive, and willing to partner moving forward. And now I am excited to pass the mic to Kevin Cuba to address Pacifica's online presence.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Where am I? Let me advance one. Okay, so the section that I'm going to talk about is what we've coined as digital presence. So you hear about it everywhere and you see it everywhere, and if you have a smartphone, you can't get away from it. So what part of our study found is that more and more people are using those smartphones to find out about Pacifica. And when you start trying to do searches and find out about Pacifica, it's not necessarily our best side, let's put it that way. So when people think about where they want to eat, where they want to stay, and where they want to have their holidays, we want to be able to show up in the light that reflects Pacifica. So if you do a search for Pacifica today and say Google, you might get a minivan. Oops. You might get a minivan, or you might get houses falling off into a cliff or a dead whale on the beach. And that is primarily because we are not expressing our own voice as the city and the community that we are. The interesting thing is, at first I thought, well, maybe we're just not very technically savvy. And it turns out that's not entirely true. So as we looked across the internet and scoured through to find out what we could on Pacifica and filtered out all the other noise, it turns out we actually have some fairly live community groups and local businesses, and they're not necessarily working together, right? So our plan is to provide a framework so that we can actually work together and start showing Pacifica in the digital world as we know it in the physical world. So if you look, I know it's really tiny. If you look in the list on the left, there's kind of a representation of all these different groups that already have online presences, right? They already have websites. They might be on Facebook. A lot of them have events. They're interesting events. There's activities that others would like to know about, but they're very hard to find. So in some cases, you would find these only if you were diligent enough to keep searching. In the world of search in Google, we tend to tell how well you're doing by which page you show up on. So if you go into Google and type in Pacifica, if you're not on the first page, if you're not on the second page, then from the digital viewpoint, you don't really exist because nobody goes that far. Short attention spans, right? So it turns out each of these sites are unique, and they represent a portion of the community where interests are. It actually tells a great story about Pacifica, whether it's about our history, our culture, our values. But alone, they're not seeing a lot of what we call traffic. Not a lot of people can find them, right? So, if I can get this to work, there we go. So our thought here, our model here, is that there's things that we can share. In the digital world, there's things that's called interlinking, link maps, that allow our sites to know about the other sites, and therefore a couple of things happen. One, you can traverse through these sites and the things that you're interested in. But probably more importantly for us is the more sites we have that have common themes and common discussion, for instance, Pacifica, then the farther we move up in any type of search, whether that's in Google search or in Google Maps or in Yelp, right? The strength of the unity starts showing up and starts showing the picture that already exists. So the good news is we actually have a lot of really great information, We just need to have some conversations to start sharing and working together. Okay, so what did we do so far? So we completed that assessment we just kind of talked about. We've been working on a prototype for the economic development site. A lot of other communities have a website that describes their community and why you want to do business there, might help them find open realty, might describe projects that we're embarking upon. And it's really more business-focused than, for instance, tourist-focused, right? We also joined the CoStar network, and that is a real estate network that companies list where they have inventory available. That was one of the points that we brought up last year, is that it's difficult to find inventory for retail or office here in Pacifica, partially because of the way that it's listed, but also, again, we don't have a common place to find all that. We've been working also through Google Maps to update for businesses. So when a new business comes online, or if a business changes hands or addresses, if we're not paying attention to how Google views us in the map view world, you can get lost. And what's really interesting here is that if you happen to be using Google Maps to go someplace, and you're driving through Pacifica, say to get to Half Moon Bay, if you don't have your information on the Google map well documented, or you don't have the reputation or credibility, and that really just means credible sources have identified that yes, that is your business, and yes, it is in that location, then you actually don't show up in that map unless somebody is actually looking for you. So we miss the element of discovery. So when people drive through Pacifica on 1, we want our businesses and our historical sites and things to be popping up as they come through, and they say, oh, let's take a detour and go see what's happening, right? So that's important for us. We've done that sampling and looking at different businesses as they come online to make sure that they're being visible. And then we've been recruiting volunteers and have begun our outreach for moving a lot of this along. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now Brent Shedd will discuss some of our marketing ideas moving forward.
This will be a quick conversation. We don't do a lot of marketing in Pacifica. I think everyone here would agree that Pacifica is a truly astounding place to live. The trouble is that as part of the Economic Development Committee, when we reach out to companies that we're trying to lure here, or businesses that we're trying to lure here, they either don't know who we are, or they don't really understand what Pacifica is about. So they're not clear why they would come here. And if you travel around Pacifica, you notice that our city signage is a little bit of what we would call in marketing dog's dinner. It's all over the place. There is no universal font, there is no universal imagery, everything is treated differently, and that's just because it's developed over the years, right? But there is no common theme for Pacifica, and it's become a problem as the EDC tries to perform this outreach to companies and businesses. So what we've realized is we need to develop a very clear voice, personality, image, way of conveying Pacifica to the outside world, or we're going to live with what the outside world decides is us, even if it's nicknames like Pathetica and things that I absolutely abhor. So that's something that we have to tackle going forward. And whereas we were really doing a lot of the planning stages with the whole In Pacifica roadmap that we had developed, we're now in execution stage, and we're finding that this lack of a common identity for the city is getting in our way and stymieing our efforts to progress. So one thing that I want to raise to the council here is that as we develop this, we want to make sure that we are respecting the different neighborhoods that exist within Pacifica, because Pacifica is not any one place. It's not Lindemar, it's not the pier. We have a bunch of different neighborhoods that all have different aspects and benefits, and the master identity of Pacifica needs to encompass all of those neighborhoods and not just focus on a single one, so that all of those neighborhoods can have a distinct identity, but then they all family together. So that's part of what we're working on now. So that's the 1 minute marketing update. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so to recap, to bring back those 4 things I want you to remember. We've been spending a lot of time and energy successfully reaching out and supporting Palmetto, the businesses around there, working on upgrading Pacifica's presence online. And we have our sights on developing an inclusive and penetrating voice for our community. I also want to note that as part of our effort to take a neighborhood level view of our economy, we now hold our meetings in the neighborhoods, learning from and engaging with our hosts and their neighbors. Thus far, we've held meetings in Lindemar and at the Sanchez Art Center, in Sharp Park at the Coastside Museum and Flores Bookstore, in Manor at the Chit Chat Cafe. Most recently at the Chit Chat Cafe, we had a great discussion about opportunities to improve signage at the off-ramp from the one. That kind of relates to the discussion that Brent was just referring to. Especially seeing as that off-ramp into Pacifica as a major gateway, as well as other possible collaborations. All right. There are many other things we could have included, but in the interest of time, those are the 4 that we want you to take away. And we want to make sure we just give our sincerest thanks to the so many people that have gone out of their way to help our experience on the committee be successful. Ann Stedler has been amazing in her support of our committee, her ability to reach out, foster collaborative relationships and keep balls rolling. Lori Tinfo, Lorenzo Hines, Vanna Campo, Ray Biagini, Ray Dongianes, if I'm saying it correctly, all have taken time out to come to our evening meetings and have provided us detailed information so that we're up to speed on things that are going on in the city and the state of its finances and how the economic state of our city is affecting what the city can do. We've had volunteers such as Therese Solers, Laura Allen, and Esther Harris contribute to some of the efforts on our different projects. Chamber of Commerce, Vicki Flores has been there, at every step of the way. And San Mateo County Small Business Development Center. Robert Schaffner spent hours reaching out and spending time with us and now with our businesses, helping them grow. Our meeting hosts, Cindy Abbott, graciously got us off on our Taking the Economic Development show on the road at the Sanchez Art Center. We're incredibly grateful to her. She also opened up the galleries to us, which was really nice. Deirdre Kennedy at the Coastside Museum, Aaron Schlieve at the Flores Bookstore, Amy and Paul Kukielka at the Chit Chat Cafe, and of course, thank you, City Council, for selecting us and having us put our heads together and try and move this ball forward. And with that, questions?
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. So do we do oral first? Council? All right, so we have one yellow card. We do that first and then come to council. Any questions? Okay, so Dan Stejnik, come on in.
Good evening, council members. I'll be brief. My name's Dan Stejnik. I attended several EDC meetings this year, and I was extremely disappointed that I heard absolutely no talk about bringing good jobs to Pacifica. Two of the companies that the EDC supported extensively were 7-Eleven, which as of November 2015 paid cashiers $9.10 an hour. Of course, in January, the state minimum wage went up to $10 an hour, so now they pay that. Grocery Outlet, another company that they spent extensive time working with, $9.60 an hour wage for cashier. I'd like to see the EDC spend some time on bringing good jobs to Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Bring it back to council. Anybody comments on the report? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
I just wanted to thank them for all the work they do and thank them for their brief report.
Okay, Councilwoman Urban?
Yeah, I've been working on the economic development, well, not working, just serving as a liaison, I should say, on the Economic Development Committee with Mayor Degree, and it is really a phenomenal group of people. They put so much time and energy and effort, and they've really brought the city forward, and I just want to express my sincere gratitude for all the work that you've done and you've committed to, the hours and hours of work that you've done. Just beautiful job enhancing Pacifica, making it even better than it already is. Some of the programs that you're expressing here have really been incredibly beneficial to us. We're all learning from you. So I really want to express our gratitude that you're taking the time and energy to serve Pacifica in the way that you are. And I also would love to thank staff, because we all work very well together on just discussing, hashing out issues that we're facing in Pacifica and really brainstorming some important potential solutions. So you're really making a great difference. Staff's doing a phenomenal job, and I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the host, the meeting hosts that have sat for some late night discussions and really showed us some incredible businesses in Pacifica. So thanks to all of you. Really nice job.
Councilwoman Nyhart?
In brief, I'm going to echo that, and I'm going to say this has come a long way from the inception. So thank you very much for all the work you're doing, and thanks to the staff.
And also, I've been attending as well, and very pleased. I really also like the new trend towards not only going out into the community, but breaking anybody that comes, any member of the public. Our chair has managed to fix the agenda so that you can participate in our discussions, and that's kind of a rarity as meetings go. And all of you who do, you are volunteering, and the community is a big ship, as it were, and not everybody can see the things that we're doing just to keep it all moving. But there may be some things that seem lacking, but the majority of things have taken a lot of effort, a lot of vision, a lot of discussion. And as I said again, I really appreciate how you envelop the community that does show up to meetings. So I'm encouraging you to know where these meetings are and do come. Really appreciate that. So thank you very much. So I think we all need a stretch so that we can pay really good attention to the last item, number 12.
No,
we have
but I
one.
forget. We have one that we need
Oh,
to do
yes.
before.
Actually, we get money out of this one, for sure. Next one is such money rolling in, right? So we had, did I miss two? How did I do that? So we have, okay, so we'll do quickly number 11 on good news, and then take a quick stretch time so we can pay attention well for number 12. All right, item 12 under consideration, resolution authorizing refunding of 2008 certificates of participation. Proposed action, adopt the resolution entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pacifica authorizing to refund outstanding 2008 refunding certificates of participation and approving related documents and official actions. Thank you very much. Staff, show us how this all makes good sense for us.
And if I might interrupt, as everybody is getting situated, we've noticed that the recommended action only describes one of the resolutions. So at the conclusion of the oral report, could you please help the council include both resolutions? They're both attached to the report. It's just that the wording on the recommended action may not be quite complete. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt.
Okay.
So who gets to go first? Is that you?
I get to go first, and we'll be brief. What we're asking you to approve tonight is the resolution authorizing the refunding of the certificates, and we're also asking you to authorize the resolution of the Pacifica Financing Authority also authorizing the sale of the refunding certificates. So you have two resolutions that are attached to the item. And so you take two forms tonight. You take the form of the City Council and you take the form of the Pacifica Financing Authority. Okay, so you'll be approving both of these. Okay, everybody with me? We will be brief here. Let me introduce the gentleman to my left. I have Scott Nagelson, who is our underwriter And next to him is Chick Adams. It was our bond counsel. And next to him is Peter Wong. You all may remember Peter from a prior meeting. So I'm going to briefly go through what we're trying to do here. In 2008, we converted about $19.8 million in 2006. We called them auction rate certificates. And essentially what we did in 2008 with the 2006 debt instruments is move from a floating interest rate to a fixed interest rate. We currently have about 16.2 million of those quote-unquote fixed interest rate bonds outstanding, and the market conditions are such that if we refund those now, we're due for a significant amount of savings. And so the 2008 COPs have a final maturity of January 1st, 2037. And so this maturity date will not change. By refinancing the 2008 COPs, the city will save approximately $3.3 million, 3.1 on a present value basis, but 3.3 million overall. We recommend structuring the refund to take the majority of the debt savings from FY fiscal year 2017 through 2021. Annual savings during these years will be somewhere between $500,000 and $700,000 per year. The actual savings per year will be dependent on the bond market conditions at the time of sale. We anticipate selling the bonds during the week of September 20th, 2016. The good news in this whole transaction, and which got us another $437,000 in savings, is that we, as a group, met with Standard & Poor's what seemed like 100 years ago, but it was actually about 2 months ago on a very early Thursday morning. And we were able to meet with them and lay out Pacifica's past, our current state, and our future. And as a result of that, they increased our bond rating by 3 notches. So we went from A- to AA-. And so this is a pretty strong rating and represents, I think, all the good things that you as members of the council have done, and along with Lori's vision, City Manager Tinfo's vision, it was a good story to tell. And so we're very pleased about that. And so Chick and Peter and Scott and myself are here to answer any questions that you may have about the transaction.
Okay, that's good. Thank you so much. Councilman Keener?
Well, congratulations on identifying this opportunity and going after the savings. And hopefully we'll give you a chance to get those. First, I just want to go through what the actual indebtedness is for probably primarily our television viewers, and you can tell me whether I get this right or not.
What document are you referring to?
I do not have it in front of me, so you just have to listen. So the city leases the 2 properties in question, which are the police station and now the Fairmount Park West, to the financing authority for nothing. And then the financing authority turns over certain rights to a trust fund of the bank, and the most important of which is the ability to lease those properties back to the city, and those lease payments are essentially payments on the bonds. Is that sort of the correct thumbnail sketch of what we're doing here?
If I could jump in, my name's Chick Adams. I'm with
Yeah.
the bond counsel firm, and that is essentially what's happening. Yes, it's a lease transaction. It's the way that cities in California borrow money on a long-term basis, and it's what you've previously done. We're continuing the financing structure that's been in place since the beginning on this. That's great. Essentially correct, though, yes.
Great. Let's see, I noticed with regard to the AA- rating, which is great, somewhere you said downward revision of this may have an adverse effect on marketing. Will that, is our rating sort of locked in for the duration of the sale of these bonds?
The rating's locked in for the sale of these bonds. The rating is locked in until we go and get re-rated by S&P, or they decide to rate us voluntarily.
And that'll be, you know, a year or so at least, or something like that, yeah.
It could be. It depends on, you know, our financial transactions in the future, yes.
Yeah. And if I could just jump in, any changes in the rating will not affect your interest rate after the bonds are sold.
Right.
Right, and they should all be sold in late September.
Yes.
Yeah. My last question is, we have savings of $3.3 million in debt service. So that is, I take it, the principal and interest of the old bonds minus the principal and interest of the new bonds. What about the fees, the underwriting fees, the fees for all of you, and so on?
Scott Nagelson, I'm with U.S. Bank Municipal Products Group.
Yeah.
It's nice to be in front of you again. It's been about 2 years since we were in front of you before.
That one doesn't.
Get closer.
All of the fees, all the costs of issuance, whether it's legal, underwriting, advisory, trustee, those things are all included in the par value of the refunding bonds. So the savings that Lorenzo referenced are net of those fees.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
I noticed, okay, that in the old bonds, I guess we had a provision that we could call them, right? At this premium of 102. So are we going to keep that same provision in the new bonds? I didn't notice that.
No, that's a fairly old provision, and the modern marketplace will allow you to have a par call with no prepayment penalties in 10 years. So that we'll change that to be a much simpler call provision going forward.
Par is usually 100, right? Right. And then you just said that they don't allow you to have a call at par, but what about call par plus a premium? You can't do, because that's what this is a par plus a premium.
Right. The 2008 bonds were done allowing you to call the bonds after 10 years at 102, declining to par in 12 years. Going forward, the new 2016 call provision will just be a 10-year par call. There'll be no 2% premium.
Oh, okay. But they're non-callable for 10 years.
That's pretty much an industry standard.
Okay. Now, in looking at it, one of the things I know that really got a lot of people knickers in a twist was the pledge of up to, what was it, 20% of our gas tax revenue to pay the old ones. And I noticed that provision is no longer there for this, right?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. The gas tax pledge has been removed. That was a feature of some of the earlier financings, but we have not carried it forward into the new financing. It does not significantly add to the credit, so the decision was made to drop it.
Right. Now it just becomes a regular budget item, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, that we just have to appropriate every year. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
Councilwoman Nyhart.
Yeah, just a couple of quick things on the end of that, because I like the way you laid it out. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the credit rating change, and it actually relates to some degree the gas tax. I mean, I would see that when we were in not as good a shape, credit-wise, we were leveraging more things to be able to get the bond rate. Is that true? Just.
Yeah, let me take that one. So again, historically, back in 2012, I believe is when S&P downgraded the city to an A minus, and of course the city was just coming out of the recession, like many other cities, budget deficits, and those kind of fiscal stress. But that was again 4 years ago, and S&P, in their opinion, the city has made tremendous strides balancing the budget. Not only that, but building up the reserves, your unrestricted reserves and other type of reserves within your general fund. So anyway, so overall, they just feel your credit has improved substantially.
The other thing I wanted to mention is during this presentation, we were able to inform S&P of some of the projects that we had are looking at as a city, and they also found that encouraging, that we are making use of our competitive advantage.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to do in my last question, is just make sure that the public understood the changes that had occurred to improve that credit rating. And if you want to add anything else that Standard & Poor took into account in doing so, because that's the highest rating I've seen since I've been on council, and I'm really happy.
Good. Well, first of all, I'm glad you're happy. No, it was just a matter of letting them know financially our revenues are exceeding our expenses. Our general fund balance is growing. We have a number of development projects in the works and in the decision-making pipeline. I think they thought we were little old Pacifica when we sat down, but by the time we got up, we kind of let them know that we're a city on the rise. Okay?
Can I just ask one last thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did the fact that there was clarity in our finances throughout that have something to do with it?
Yeah, it definitely did.
Wanted to make sure that came out, because yes. I can't imagine. I mean, it's easily understandable to almost anybody at this point in time, whereas before it was like this weird gobbledygook. So that too helps. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Well, Karen hasn't had a chance yet.
My mistake.
It's quite all right. I think most of my questions have been asked already, and I just wanted to, again, commend you on the work in getting our credit rating advanced. I know that had a great deal to do with our finance department and our city manager, so I really wanted to thank you for that. I was on the Financing City Services Task Force from 2008 to 2012, and actually we were little old Pacifica, I really believe, back in 2008, and the level that we have grown is really hard to express, and it just means so much to all of the people of Pacifica, and it really is bringing our city forward in a way that is good for every one of us. So thank you very much for all of your work in getting us to where we're at right now and moving forward.
I'd also like to take a moment, not only thank you all, thank City Manager Tinfo, but also thank these three gentlemen to my left. We walked into that office, I felt like I was a member of the Beatles, and I had this strong group that I was a part of, and so it felt good to do that. So, gentlemen, thank you.
We welcome the Beatles. Thank you very much.
I hope we passed the audition.
I had met with the city manager this afternoon, and she had mentioned to us how we were front-loading the interest savings, and I think that was the correct term you used,
yes.
right?
Yes.
And I just would like you to explain the benefits the city will be getting from that. Well, I think that's a very interesting part of the bond issue.
Right. So right now, the bonds are due to mature in 2037. And so we have the option of realizing the savings between now, 2017, and 2037. And it would be somewhere between 100 and 150,000 a year, depending on market fluctuations. We chose to have or capture those savings up front in the first 7 years. if anything, to provide a buffer for economic uncertainties, because the end of the decade is coming. And typically when the end of the decade is coming, there is some sort of restructuring, reset, something will happen in the market. And so the issue that we had before as a city back in 2006 through 2008 is that we weren't ready. And as a result, we suffered. What I'm trying to do here is to make sure we're ready and that we can get through any storm, pardon the pun, that comes, be it economic or be it Mother Nature.
And then I'd like to commend the fact that we're actually having some sort of long-term plan instead of like being a drunken sailor going from binge to binge to binge to binge, you know? And I just wanted to commend you for the sobriety of having a long-term plan.
Thank you. Yeah. Scott said we should have used that in the rating. That's great. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Councilman O'Neill.
So on that happy note, we'll rejoice in that and take a break so you can.
We got to vote on it.
Actually, got to make it solid. Okay. Yeah.
Any public cards?
Remember, we're voting on 2 resolutions.
That's right.
And Madam Mayor, if I could just walk you through the process now. So the city council will be taking one action to adopt the first resolution.
Yep.
And then the council's going to be adjourning and then opening up the meeting of the financing authority. And then the financing authority will be adopting the resolution to be adopted by the financing authority board. So we're going to have 2 motions. The first is going to be city council. So any council member can make a motion, and then a second to adopt the first resolution. And then after that resolution is hopefully adopted, then the mayor will adjourn the city council meeting, open up the financing authority meeting, and then hopefully we'll get another motion for the
So I have 2 lights already. Councilwoman Nyhart.
Yes, so I'd like to move that we accept the resolution of the City of Pacifica authorizing the delivery and sale of, that's the first one, right?
Yes.
Okay, the delivery and sale of refunding certificates of participation in the maximum principal amount of $17,500,000 to refinance the 2008 certificates of participation and approving related documents and actions.
And I have a second, do I?
I will second.
Okay. Then I'll call for the vote. And that passes 5-0. So now I close the city council meeting. Do I say temporarily or?
Just adjourn.
To adjourn the city council meeting?
To
open the finance.
Pacifica Financing Authority.
Pacifica Financing Authority. So now I am opening the Pacifica Finance Authority, and I have a light, so Councilwoman Nyhart.
And I make a motion that we approve the resolution of the Board of Directors of the City of Pacifica Financing Authority authorizing the delivery and sale of refunding certificates of participation in the maximum principal amount of $17,500,000 to refinance the 2008 certificates of participation and approving related documents and action.
Very good.
I second.
Thank you very much. I'll call for the vote. That passes 5-0, and we will close the Pacifica Financial Authority.
Congratulations on $3 million saved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're heroes. Beatles heroes.
Yeah.
And so I'm opening the city council meeting again, but we will take a 2-minute break so you can move a little bit.
And just so you know, I will be leaving because the last item actually falls within 500 feet of my property. So I will not be here and can't be in the room.
And you're going to make this plain, are you?
I am.
Yeah, because I'll tell you this.
On consent item number 12, which is this last one on the agenda. Developer selection and authorization to prepare an agreement to negotiate exclusively for development at 22212 Beach Boulevard, which is where we are sitting. Proposed action, move to approve the selection of recommended development team, James H. Friend of Friend Development Group LLC, based on the proposed hotel and restaurant concept submitted for 2212 Beach Boulevard, and authorize the city manager to prepare an agreement to negotiate exclusively, A&E, with the selected developer for subsequent city council review and approval, and take all necessary steps to do so. All right, who's going to start? Oh, okay, Councilor.
Madam Mayor and City Council, tonight it is our pleasure to address the next step in the Beach Boulevard Hotel project. Listed on this opening slide are the members of the city team whose support is essential to this effort. In addition, at the desk to your left are the consulting team that has helped us reach this point in the process and who will be introduced to you in the course of the presentation. Collectively, our group understands that the council has named this project as its second highest priority, along with the Palmetto Streetscape, and has specifically asked us to move both projects forward. On August 8th, Council authorized the Streetscape to move forward with its final design, and tonight we are bringing forward the next step for the Beach Boulevard Hotel project. Our purpose is to recommend a single developer from a field of 4 finalists. 2 recommended actions are before you. One is to select Friend Development Group, as you just read, Madam Mayor, as the developer whose experience and vision best fits the goals for this site. And the second recommended action is to authorize the city manager to prepare an agreement to negotiate exclusively for subsequent city council approval of same. These actions are the culmination of council's direction on October 2015, when you asked staff to select, to launch an RFP process to select a developer. Last Friday, we released all the design proposals to the public. Those, plus the entire RFQ submittals, are online, and tonight we have the opportunity here to review the staff recommendation and address the next steps. Tonight is also the result of work that started even earlier. Let me remind us all that after the old treatment plant that has been located on this site was moved to another location, there were several failed attempts to redevelop this site where we're meeting tonight. However, starting in 2010, the City Council directed a comprehensive effort to plan for sound development that would transform this site. The goals identified in that early 2010 to 2013 study period are the goals that we are using today and the ones that are on the slide in front of you. Those 3 goals are to anchor Palmetto Avenue Main Street, to strengthen Pacifica's visitor-serving economy with a destination-quality hotel and restaurant, and to increase transient occupancy tax revenues to the city. It's important to realize that these goals require several years and processes in order to achieve a final hotel. For instance, we do not have a final project at this point. We have a concept. We don't have a land sale agreement. We don't have a land price yet. And why is that? It is only after a developer is selected and is party to an agreement with the city that is a preliminary agreement that we will work with those parties to begin the months of design work and studies to refine the concept. It is only then that council will begin direction on a business transaction that will result eventually, with future council approvals, in a land sale agreement. Therefore, the second recommendation before you is to authorize the city manager to prepare an agreement to negotiate exclusively with Friend Development Group LLC. We expect this agreement could be as long as 18 months, and the work that would be done under it would be extensive. It would move us from the concept stage that we're at now to a much better defined project that could go through Planning Commission, public review, and City Council approval. And similarly, the business transaction would make the same progress. All of those proposals, now proposals, would come back to the Council with much further definition than we can provide tonight. Tonight, then, we're going to focus on the information needed for the decision at hand. We have information for you on the history that brought us this far in the project, information on the hotel industry, on the evaluation of the RFQ, RFP submittals, recommendations of the developer, and we also have coastal hazard technical presentation to conclude the special guest presentations. We will then address the final steps for tonight and entertain questions. Next. I mentioned earlier the 3 goals, and we'll keep those in mind as we go through this entire set of slides. In 2014, the Coastal Commission added to the goals that we had set as a city and as a community. They made it clear to us that they recognized that the top priorities from a Coastal Act standpoint was the hotel that provided visitor services and the library and meeting space, which they deem essential public services. That further defines the goals that we had as a city. In addition, we discovered in 2015 that the Great Recession was well behind us, that the hotel market recovery is strong, especially strong in the Bay Area. So for the first time since this site was vacant, we have the alignment of city-established goals, of the priorities of the council, of the Coastal Commission, and the economic support to build a hotel. These things all have to align to make this project possible. During the course of 2015, the council moved forward in 2 significant ways. Early in the year, you asked that we make this project your second priority and move ahead with it. And then in October of that year, you designated the developer selection criteria and directed us to start the process of seeking a developer through an RFQ and an RFP process. The qualifications we sought in the RFQ were primarily track record and experience. We asked for comparable past hotel experience that would give us evidence of the ability to deal with financing, show us the expertise of the team that was submitting, experience developing and operating hotels, and the capacity to build and operate a destination property that could be the anchor that we're describing in our goals. That would involve quality design, expertise in approvals and permitting, a history of long-term ownership, and the ability to build and maintain relationships in this community of which the hotel will be a part. We also asked for a vision from the hotel proposers that would be a place and provide a visitor experience comparable to the world-class beauty of Pacifica. The RFP took this a step further and said, when, as a developer team, you submit proposals to us, we will evaluate them for those same criteria to make sure we have a consistency. And lastly, it wanted to evaluate the comparable experience in particular, and we found Friend's proposal to be outstanding in that regard, and I'll come back to that in a moment. Go ahead. We reviewed these proposals with a multi-department staff team with private sector experts, some of whom are at the table with us, and I want to explain the reason why we involve multiple disciplines. This project will have to go through the Planning Commission. It will need to be evaluated by our public works staff. It also needs to be coordinated from the standpoint of the private sector perspectives, hotel industry perspective being one of those, architecture and urban design. Are we in fact creating an experience on this site that includes proposed library and proposed hotel that will be comfortable for the citizens and for the guests that we want to enjoy that space? And critically, will it get built? And for that purpose, we invited a real estate development and financing expert to do the due diligence of troubleshooting the validity and the solidness of each proposal. And lastly, this is going to result in a contract to execute this project, so we had an individual at the table familiar with real estate transaction law. We had 6 respondents to the RFQ, and 4 parties submitted at the RFP stage. The range of proposals you've all had a chance to see because the designs have been posted on the web. We appreciate the character that is distinct and different with each one, and the different track record and experience that each team brings. The design concept gives us an idea of what the potential is on this site. And I'd like to comment just briefly on each of the proposers. Stone Park Capital was unique in the range of projects that it has completed in coastal California areas. A.F. Conta, Inc. provided the only independent boutique hotel that was submitted with many amenities. The Peebles Corporation presented the most comprehensive package and plan for their proposal of any. And the Friend Development Group, LLC, we felt made the most extensive use of the oceanside frontage for purposes of visitor-serving uses, most aligned with the Coastal Commission goals. All of the proposals had strengths, and we have a great deal of respect for each of them. Our purpose tonight is to select one and evaluate it in terms of best fit for this site and for 2016. I promised you a moment ago that I would outline what we felt was outstanding in the Friend Development Group's comparable experience and their past hotels. Like Pacifica, they have often developed in suburban towns of large metro areas. They have presented very tastefully furnished hotels that exceeded the brand designation criteria, which means making something special of that property. They have approached technically challenging projects, and the one that comes to mind that I wish to share with you is a rehab of a hospital that was built through a 5-year period, bringing that old building down to the steel and reestablishing it as a hotel. They've worked on pioneering sites, and this particular site is fascinating to the man who heads this organization. As a Bay Area native, I will share with you that he repeatedly visited and stayed in Pacifica in our existing hotels to get a sense of who we were and what our visitor-serving capacity is at this point. In addition, I mentioned earlier that he was the most, did more than any other proposer in terms of anchoring the visitor-serving uses right against the waterfront. So you can see this in the design here. The butterscotch-colored building that goes along the south side of the site, moving toward Palmetto, is the location of the hotel rooms. The part that's closest to you at the lower edge of the photograph is the restaurant right at the edge of Beach Boulevard, a large lobby, open decks with a fire pit, and opportunity for both independent visitors and for group events to be held in those facilities. You've all seen the information on the website, so I don't expect to go through all of the photos, but this is the lead photo in the examples that Friend Development Group used when they described the kind of ambiance they wish to create in this hotel. So in terms of evaluating the proposers and the resources they bring to the table, we also uncovered certain questions that we had to answer. We had both hotel proposals and hotel with condo proposals, and we wanted to double check our assumptions. What was the best fit for our site and for our community and for our goals? So thinking particularly in terms of our goals, the hotel only aligns, as we said before, with the city and community goals and the Coastal Commission goals. We're particularly sensitive to aligning ourselves with the Coastal Commission's visitor-serving priority because we believe it will translate to a simpler approval process. A hotel-only project is also simpler to approve at the local level and it's simpler to get built. What do I mean by that? It's simpler to do the design work for it, it's simpler to secure financing, it's simpler to market. Those factors, coupled with the simplicity of the entitlement process compared with two uses, mean that this project as a hotel-only project is likely to save time in the total ramp-up to opening, and it's likely to increase the certainty that the project will get built and opened. The timing for the hotel also aligns with the economy, as we said earlier. The hotel is a cyclical market, and it's important that we move ahead while it's still an upswing in the market. Of the hotels that were proposed, there were several branded hotels, and there was the one independent boutique hotel that I've mentioned earlier. We wanted to understand as a team and as city staff what the distinction was and how that would impact Pacifica's hotel market. With us tonight are experts in this area that I would like to speak to the next 3 slides. Sandra Storm and Mark Keller are with Embarcadero Hotel Group. In that capacity, they own and manage hotels and consult with both companies and government entities. The West Coast is the area where they focus their work, and the Bay Area specialization that they have means that they spend about 40% of their time here. Mark and Sandra, can you help us with the next few slides?
Thank you, Ann, and it's been a real pleasure to work with the City of Pacifica. My name is Sandra, this is my partner, Mark. I need to get closer, can you hear me now?
There is a bad mic over there.
That might be the bad mic.
Oh, let's get the good mic here.
I want the good mic. Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm on. Okay. Thank you. I said it's been a real pleasure to work with the City of Pacifica, and my name is Sandra. This is my partner, Mark. We have a couple of comments about the nature of the market in Pacifica and the potential impact of the proposed hotel. So Mark will start.
Great. Mine's the easy job here. What you have in front of you is a slide that shows kind of the industry inside terminology that are used for hotel market niches, and you can put Pacifica into this context. Sandra will speak to the broader context of the Pacifica market, but basically hotels range from economy motels that provide basic services all the way up to luxury resorts with vast acreage that have golf courses and so on and so forth, and everyone's aware of those extremes. Smith Travel Research, which is the industry standard company that looks at rates nationwide and looks at chains, and this is not in any way to exclude independent hotels, but just to give everyone a representation that they might recognize these names with the different market niches. And those are associated both with rates in terms of low to high, but also with amenities, and often with amount of square footage or acreage, or square footage is sometimes, high rise as well. So starting with economy, some of the most brands that people might be most aware of would be Motel 6, Super 8, Travelodge. I think you're all aware of what they provide. Then the next category up is mid-scale, is the name the industry puts on it. And typical examples would be La Quinta Inn and Suites, Ramada, Quality Inn. These are ones that have sort of the next level up. Very often they have elevators. They tend to have a more involved continental breakfast. And they would have at least a basic level of, for example, a workout room and often a pool. And then we go to the upper mid-scale category, the third category from the bottom. And that gets into sort of the select service category at times. It includes brands like Hilton Garden Inn, Aloft, Courtyard by Marriott is another example in this upper mid-scale. And that's in the one above. Hilton Garden Inn, actually, I want to correct this. This was a slide that was revised. As a matter of fact, upper mid-scale is Holiday Inn Express. It is Hampton Inn and Suites. It is Best Western Plus. And those are ones that have, so this slide is a little bit incorrect, forgive me. So those are ones that have a nicer continental breakfast. They have interior entrances, they have elevators. And then the upscale category that includes Hilton Garden Inn and a loft. So if you, in your mind's eye, if you'll move those up one category, as well as Marriott Courtyard, and you can see that those names are repeated up there. So in the upper mid-scale, we were just missing Holiday Inn Express, Best Western Plus, and those sorts of things. Then in upscale, this is where you go into the select service area, which there's often a restaurant that serves, say, breakfast and dinner, and the amenity package is upgraded. So instead of having a basic workout facility, often that's a much nicer one. The price point is higher as you go up this scale. And there's a substantial jump in price point in most markets between upper mid-scale and upscale. But just to caution, upscale doesn't necessarily mean luxury, as you will see in a moment. It also includes extended stay products that you might be familiar with, such as the Residence Inn by Marriott. Then the upper upscale is what you would typically think of as a downtown boutique type hotel, and or the standard brands that have been around for a long time in the downtown markets. So the newer examples are, say, for example, Kimpton hotels, which tend to be boutique hotels with restaurants that are unique. Then there's Westin, Hyatt Regency, Hilton, and Marriott, and there are quite a few others. Those are generally defined as upper upscale by the industry. And then finally, of course, luxury, Four Seasons, Ritz-Carlton, W Hotels, which is a sister property to Westin, but at a higher rate and with higher amenities, and JW Marriott Resorts. Those are representative examples of those. And very often, again, the higher you go up, especially from upscale up to luxury, the more needs that you have for square footage in order to have the amenities such as the meeting facilities and so on, although there are exceptions. And I'll hand it over to Sandra for the next slide.
So to provide some perspective on the market here in Pacifica, we want to emphasize that the Bay Area has one of the top hotel markets in the world. It commands some of the highest rates and occupancies that exist. When you consider the Pacifica market specifically, keep in mind that San Mateo County has 17,000 rooms. So Pacifica at about 300 is really a drop in the bucket for that 17,000 rooms. So when we talk about adding 120 rooms, like we're talking about with this hotel, it'll have a significant impact on Pacifica's market in terms of putting Pacifica on the map as a destination, but it won't have an impact in the larger demand in terms of San Mateo County, or of course the San Francisco Bay Area at large. The other thing to point out is that Pacifica is unique within the Bay Area for a couple of reasons. One is the natural beauty that's here, the oceanfront property and the access to trails, as well as its proximity to San Francisco and proximity to BART, which are really unique. And so we can. So in Pacifica, the 300 rooms that are here perform very well. That chart that Mark showed with the different market niches, for the market niches that exist in Pacifica, they're at the top of the rate in terms of what's expected for their market niche. Adding a new property, what that will do is strengthen the market by allowing for there to be other market niches that aren't currently present. So a new hotel at the Beach Boulevard site will strengthen Pacifica's market in a couple of ways. One is that it will be adding new hotel rooms and a new product. And so there are customers out there that are attracted to staying in something that's new. And so just that alone will increase attention and interest in Pacifica as a hotel market. It will also be at a higher price point because all of the hotels that, that submitted proposals, they were all at a higher price point than what currently exists, at a higher market niche than what currently exists here in Pacifica. And so for folks that are looking for that particular market niche in terms of the types of amenities that they would expect or the types of brands that they're used to seeing, this will put Pacifica on the map. And also customers that are expecting to pay a little bit more for their room. Another additional component to consider is the global reservation system. And so when we're talking about global reservation systems, we're basically talking about brands and brand loyalty. And so with a new product, you will potentially be adding to the market a new brand. So currently in Pacifica, some of the brands that exist are the Best Western family of brands and the Holiday Inn Express, Holiday Inn family of brands, IHG it's called. And so for folks that are used to staying at those hotels and loyal to those hotels, Pacifica's already on the map. But this new hotel would be either a new branded property, and so there would be that whole family of brands, or even a boutique hotel has followers who would follow boutique properties and would be interested in staying in that. So any new hotel at this site is going to introduce a new set of customers who are loyal to that brand. And with that, the visitor profile will broaden. And then another thing that we wanted to mention in terms of this hotel is that it has the potential, because when people are staying at hotels, they're coming and they're staying, they're not traveling through, they're not coming for recreational activities and then leaving, they're actually staying. And so they tend to spend more in terms of eating dinner and eating breakfast at restaurants and shopping in the community, as opposed to if they're just passing through. In general, a national rule of thumb, and we haven't done, a specific economic study here in Pacifica, but a general rule of thumb nationally is that it's a dollar-to-dollar match. So if somebody spends $200 at the hotel, they spend $200 in the community getting food and on recreation. And so that's something to consider also when thinking about this hotel. So in summary, when looking at the potential of this hotel, we think it will benefit the hotels that are already here in Pacifica by putting Pacifica on the map as a place to stay in ways that it isn't currently. And part of that is that expanded global reservation system. So people that are booking through a brand, it puts it on the map in ways that it isn't to customers that are loyal to those brands.
One of our charges as we evaluated the hotels and understood the marketplace was to take a look at the impact of this choice from a private sector perspective. After all, we're talking about a private sector development in this case. Our perspective as city government people looks after the needs as we understand them in this community and our goals for the economy of this town. But we needed to augment that with a private sector perspective who makes a business of evaluating real estate developments. And for that purpose, we invited Tim Kelly of Kaiser Marston Associates to work with us in this process. Tim has prepared the due diligence report that is at the back of your agenda item tonight. And it's his role to protect the city in terms of risk and potential problems that are inherent in real estate development. Tim?
Okay, Ann, thank you. My name's Tim Kelly. I'm with Kaiser Marston Associates. Is there a new slide?
Yeah, go.
Okay. So as Ann has, Stedler has gone over many of these, so I'm somewhat repeating what we did. I may say it a little differently or say it a little bit more elaborately, but when we looked at the proposals, clearly we wanted somebody that had the experience in developing hotels. We did not want them to be building their first hotel project on this site. It's not the good mix for the city. We wanted somebody to understand the local market and the opportunity. I mean, Sandra mentioned this, but I mean, we're in the North Peninsula. There's Pacifica, there's a relationship to SFO, there's a relationship to San Francisco, there's a relationship to BART. Where does Pacifica fit? Has the hotel developer understand the market, stayed in the market, understand the competition, and also understands what the opportunity is. And I think the opportunity is created in good deal by how strong the market is, and opportunities to build new properties and to introduce new products that, some of the other properties on North Peninsula are getting older and are maybe not as competitive, and this offers an opportunity to do something special in Pacifica on a new product. There is also the relationship with major brand. I mean, you heard about that with marketing, advertising, going on the web, it'll be right there. Understanding the process of approvals yet to be obtained both from the city and the Coastal Commission. This comes up on several slides. This was a very big topic we had with people because we wanted to make it clear, one is that the cost to do that was going to be privately funded. There's no city dollars in that. There's no guarantee that the city will approve a hotel. I mean, going into this project, there's still all the entitlements process that needs to happen with meetings with the public, meetings with, this planning commission, and then finally with the city council. And then there's also the process of meeting with the Coastal Commission. So the private sector, that's going to be a cost that they're going to have to be funding and at risk. Obviously, the city wants to see a hotel, and there are a lot of positives that gives the private sector party an incentive to spend that money, but nonetheless, there are no guarantees. And that was an important part, that they had to spend their own money, and there's no city money involved in that. And finally, the last one is a concept and a vision that, this is an important site, and it needed to really add to the vitality of the town and Palmetto Street and all the other amenities that are in the area. So the next slide is, so one of the things we looked at is we wanted a hotel proposal that was independent of any other use. So let me explain a little bit of what that meant. There's a market today for hotels. Markets are cyclical. It's been many years we've been trying to get a hotel on this property, and now is the time. And so the time is to strike on the hotel is now. Skill sets with developers vary by land use, and also financing varies by land use. The developer that does a hotel is not necessarily the developer that does housing, and vice versa. If you get a project that has multiple major land uses that become interdependent upon each other, for example, they're interdependent upon design, interdependent upon parking, interdependent upon getting entitlements from the city or the Coastal Commission, all those issues, interdependent upon financing. If one land use holds back the other land use, it won't happen in a timely manner. So having a hotel, as Ann mentioned, is just simpler and more straightforward. So our position was to focus on a single land use. It's the ability to implement it in a timely manner to move quickly, the opportunities for approvals, and also hotel just brings significant revenues to the city. So that's, let's see, and then finally, the hotels, the revenues to the city is primarily in transient occupancy tax, but it's also will be in a land sale agreement that's yet to be negotiated. And the last point is one I already discussed, which is funding the pre-development costs. So the recommendation of staff is an applicant that we feel the Friend Development Group represents a catalyst project that understands this market. It's more or less a $30 million investment. It'll bring about 35,000 occupied room nights at stabilization. The annual TOT, I always hate to say these big numbers because it sounds almost too good to be true, but it would be as high as $900,000 a year with your 12% TOT, and what the average daily rates are today. That's a significant number. Obviously, there are other municipal revenues such as property taxes and sales taxes, but they're much smaller compared to the TOT, and ultimately there will be also a land payment. So I think that summarizes, Ann. Thank you. Yeah, so the recommendation is is the Friend Development Group. They're the best fit. I guess in our going through all this and not repeating everything I just said, given all that, they were the best fit of the group that was before us.
Speaker we have to add to this array of expertise about the Beach Boulevard opportunity is Mr. Dilip Trivedi. Dilip is an engineer with the firm of Moffitt and Nickel. Council heard him speak on July 11th when we first presented his report. It's a technical report on coastal hazards as they apply to this particular site. We're going to listen to a brief version of that tonight, and then we'll wrap up this presentation.
Thank you very much, Ann. Good evening, Councilman. Dilip Trivedi, Moffitt and Nickel. Just thought this is a repeat presentation of what I had done a couple of months ago. I'll go a little quicker this time around. How do I, oh, you're going to advance. Thank you. So just a brief introduction to the firm that I work with. I represent Moffitt and Nickel. We're about a 70-year-old firm founded in California. Enjoy good professional reputation, primarily in serving coastal and marine projects all along the coastline. We're also all across both coasts, so similar kind of projects on the East Coast too. The one unique thing about the firm is that this is the only field that we practice, marine engineering, and projects where land and water meet. Our typical clients have been city and county governments, federal governments such as Army Corps of Engineers, where we do specialty studies for large-scale littoral environments or statewide studies or sand resource studies and things like that. And more recently, nonprofits and resource agencies such as the Coastal Conservancy and folks like that. The work that we completed, it was again, the timing Ann mentioned, we came on around January of this year. So it was a quick assessment, recognizing that there was a fair amount of work that was done earlier for the EIR, but then since then there were significant studies that have been published by the state and beyond the state, the federal government and others too. And so we looked at earlier work, we updated the data with the newer information that was available. We looked at the exposure of the site to the natural coastal hazards, identified risks, not just related to the flooding, but also to one other phenomena that had repeatedly kept coming up, and that was bluff retreat. And we documented those hazards in plan view as inundation limits and risks, and gave sort of an opinion about the development potential for the site itself. And so briefly, this is the site where we are at right now, 3.5-acre site that we looked at. The primarily, and so there's 3 slides here where I go over much of the technical information. The site in general is, and this is based on data that was available to us through the federal government's, the USGS's LiDAR scanning. The entire coast of California has very high-resolution survey information available to the general public, so we use that. The site in general is between 20 and 26, excluding, if you exclude the pits where the tanks were. In general, the site is at elevations between 20 and 26, and so these numbers are relative to a datum which is the low water or the low tide out in the ocean itself. So 0 being low tide, this is about 20 to 26 feet above that. The extreme water levels along this segment of the coastline, and more so south of the pier, is about +9. And so in general, we're looking at 17, 18 feet above the 100-year water level in this area. shallow beach in front of it, and so the waves, the surf zone extends quite a bit. But again, we're looking at, waves that are not as large as at the end of the pier or farther north. The top of the seawall is just a tad bit higher than the site itself, and Beach Boulevard is in the range of 20 to 24. So in general, the site, Beach Boulevard, and the seawall are in the range of 20 to 26 under existing conditions. The other thing we looked at was an update that FEMA has published very recently, and so there was a significant large study that was performed by the federal government itself, which was an update to the work done earlier in the absence of FEMA's documentation. I think there was the Pacific Institute, and there were other more regional studies that had tried to anticipate what the inundation levels would be, but FEMA and their consultants did a very high-resolution study, and they did map the entire segment of coastline. It's the San Mateo County's mapping effort that the public comment period closed just a few weeks ago. And there's a zoom in of the specific site, north and south of the pier on the right there. And what we see in there is labels which have marked this portion of the site, or this portion of the study reach, at elevation 24, and this is zone VE. VE would mean that there's high wave action. The limit of the waves go up to an elevation, same datum that I was using, to about 24. North of the pier, it's a little higher, it goes to about 26, and the hatching, or the shade, shows the limit of the inundation. And so it stops right about at the seawall itself, is what the FEMA map shows. The two things that FEMA maps do not consider at this point, because it's not part of the insurance sector at the moment, is tsunamis and other infrequent anomalies or events, such as sea level rise. So sea level rise and tsunamis are not included in these FEMA maps itself, and so we felt that was something we should definitely focus on, and so we looked at two significant efforts that were done by the GS. One was what is called SAFR. It's an acronym for an effort that was crafted at the 50th anniversary of the Great Alaska Tsunami that had reached here, which was the worst case scenario for this segment of the coastline. And the one change they made was that they used the same event, which was the Great Alaska Tsunami event, but superimposed it on a high tide itself. So in many respects, it was a little more inundation and flooding than what actually occurred with the Alaska earthquake itself. And roughly, so that, looking at the literature, it has been pegged to about a 200 to a 250-year return period. The approximate elevations that are shown on this magenta or pink hatching, the landward limit of this line is 26 feet, plus 26. So it goes just to about Palmetto. And then the other significant effort with an entirely different objective that was done more by CalEMA and by the State Geological Survey, and that was primarily focused towards understanding risks to life and evacuation scenarios and planning purposes. So these are emergency response scenario planning. And so this was a much larger tsunami event that was used to map what is shown on the slide right here. It's in excess of 1,000 years. They haven't identified the exact, since it's not a single event that results in this. It's a series of events. Most of them are from earthquakes that occur across the Pacific, and so these are most likely in Japan and other places along the Western Pacific. The site at that point, under this infrequent inundation, is about 36, so, you know, if for existing conditions, this would be about a 10-foot inundation of the existing site itself. Beach Boulevard would be about 9-10 feet underwater. Again, it's a you know, it's a low risk. I know, working on similar studies in San Francisco Bay, we have pegged this particular event to about a 2,500-year event. But again, it's a wide range. The Coastal Commission also recognizes it, and we've had discussions with the Commission on the probabilistic nature of this particular event, and they recognize it's in excess of 1,000, could be as much as 2,500. So with all that data, we superimposed all the existing data onto some technical analysis to really look at sea level rise. So tsunamis, they were looking at existing water levels. Tides are all existing. FEMA is all existing. The one thing that we did on here was to superimpose now different levels of sea level rise on this. And so we mapped it all, we included all the way up to 5 feet, 5.5 feet of sea level rise onto existing water levels, and looked at the landward limit of inundation that would occur. The very broad assumption that had to be made on this, obviously, is the nature of the beach and the seawall that exists for this response to occur. And so we use the existing seawall without any changes, the beach itself, again, without any changes, recognizing that the beach comes and goes. So this was, you know, a typical fall profile. And with that, what we determined was that, as I'm showing scenarios here for 1, 2, and 3 feet of sea level rise on top of a normal, if you will, extreme water level. And so while there is a significant amount of wave overtopping, Beach Boulevard would probably see pulses of water with every wave as it comes, particularly during a strong storm event such as an El Nino. You'd see pulses of water, not flooding as you would with high tides. And it's the 100 feet between the seawall and the curb on this particular site right here, where much of that energy is expended. There's, of course, opportunities, and most shoreline areas do accommodate and deal with drainage for this amount of water that is accumulated, recognizing that it would be a nuisance to pedestrians, and so there would have to be adaptations over time to address these pulses of water that are coming in. But in all cases, given the 18 feet or so differential between the site and the high water levels, I think there is, primarily what we were seeing was that there isn't inundation. In plan view, this is a sum of our results. The blue hatching shows the extreme water level related inundation, including sea level rise. Again, as I said, you know, and I'll show this my last slide right here. There has been a lot of discussion about, you know, bluff retreat, bluff erosion, and these are also published maps that exist. I think it was a USGS study, which shows primarily that if the beach and the seawall along Pacifica were not to be maintained, the red limit there would be what you would experience with sea level rise over 100 years. In closing, I'll say yes, that the wall is a critical asset, or rather the wall protects a critical asset for the city. The Coastal Commission looks quite favorably at issues of shoreline protection, particularly if they protect and maintain and augment public access in the area. If this were a private development, I don't think we would be able to say it with the same amount of confidence that we could for a project like this. And the other main thing I would like to point out is that the experiences that the city is facing with the damages north of the pier are a little different than the segment of seawall that is south of the pier. This is a true engineered seawall. The one north there, I think, is up for some repairs and some upgrades over time. So with that, ready for any questions that you might have.
Anybody have questions? I had one.
Dilip, thank you very much for the presentation and for going over the material again for us and for our community. For purposes of tonight's review, it's important that we understand the map that he showed with the small blue line along Beach Boulevard as the map that best illustrates the fact that this site is a buildable site. And it's good for us also to understand the range of time that he talked about with regard to the storm and tsunami incidents and how our government agencies have begun to estimate those occurrences. So with those things understood as one of the prerequisites to moving forward with this project, we want to wrap up tonight's presentation with one more slide. Next. What we see at this point in time is that the goals that this community set in between 2010 and 2013, the priorities the Coastal Commission has informed, the market alignment that Tim Kelly spoke of earlier, and the City Council's direction to move forward with this project as its second highest priority for the entire city, gives us an opportunity to move forward tonight again with regard to the proposed hotel on Beach Boulevard. In summary, the recommendation that we have is to move forward with Friend Development Group by virtue of the track record that shows the established team that's successful with difficult, comparable projects, the record of completing pioneering hotels and holding them for the long term, the distinguished design work, which reflects the community and avoids our desire not to be a cookie-cutter hotel on this remarkable site. And lastly, the strong financial relationships they bring with banks and investors for the early difficult pre-development phase that we're about to enter, as well as the remaining phases of the hotel. In addition, the proposal that Friend brought to the table in the RFP phase shows that the hotel-only proposal gives us an opportunity that's simpler in terms of approvals and in terms of project delivery. That's important to a city that wants to move forward and realize its dream for this site. And finally, the point of their decision to put a vast public amenities program on the Beach Boulevard frontage that we believe will help create the destination project, not simply for visitors, but also for residents, aligns with the goals that the community has set. Therefore, what we see at the end of this presentation is that both staff from a community and a city perspective and our consultants acquainted with the industry perspectives and the real estate development issues give you a joint recommendation that Friend Development Group is the selected developer recommended by us. Thank you for your time and your attention, and any one of our presenters is available for your questions.
Thank you very much. Any council questions? Council Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
So Ian, did I hear you correctly in saying that the Friends Group would be the builder, the owner, and the operator of the hotel?
The Friend Group would be responsible for all of those phases, yes.
So he would, or they would be the long-term person managing the hotel?
They would be the long-term person responsible for the management. We expect that they would seek a management partner, which would actually handle day-to-day operations. And that's what they've represented to us, but they would still be the responsible party in terms of owning and managing that property.
And is there an estimate as to how much a room would be each night here?
No, not at this time. Or at least, let me say, I'm not aware of the estimate at this time because there are years to pass before we get to the point of renting a room.
Right. If you came up with an estimate of, I think it was 900,000 in tot
Right.
tax, so you have to have some basis to arrive at that number.
Let me ask Tim to respond
It
to
was
that, please.
basically about approximately $200 a night average.
$200 a night. And how many other hotels, roughly off the top of your head, are in that? This is considered, what was it, a middle? The tier this hotel was in is?
So there's the national brands and also independent hotels that nationally are categorized by the company within one of these tiers. Some of the individual locations go either direction because of quality and amenities.
Okay.
So everything that's been discussed by all of the 6 original and then the finalists were somewhere between upscale and upper upscale. And a couple of them, depending, might have elements that would tip into the luxury area as well. But in the existing hotels, by comparison in Pacifica, top out in the upper mid-scale category generally. So if you remember, there were 3 categories: economy, mid-scale, upper mid-scale, and those top out with the Holiday Express, the Best Western Plus. Pacifica Beach Hotel is sort of that with a little bit of upscale maybe. And we're expecting any of the submitters to do sort of a hybrid upscale, upper upscale type of property.
And how many other types of that level are there in the North Peninsula? Off the top of your head, I mean, I didn't ask you.
So depending on your definition of the North Peninsula, are you stopping at the
San
ridge?
Mateo County, yeah.
Okay, so if you stop at the ridge and just go south to Half Moon Bay, there are none in Pacifica, but in Half Moon Bay, depending on how you define it, there are a couple of small ones, but you'd have, of course, you'd have the Ritz-Carlton, which is in the luxury category. But then you'd have one of the hotels there would be in the upscale to upper upscale category, more upscale. And so this side of the ridge, not many is the answer. So it'd be pioneering this side of the ridge.
And over the hill,
There are many. Many of them are older. The biggest single market within San Mateo County, of course, is those markets that abut the San Francisco airport.
And the average occupancy rate in Pacifica for?
We can't disclose, proprietary information, but certainly it's very, very solid, such that the operators within Pacifica are looking forward to more hotels. That's an unusual thing. And so it's 70% and up, and that's great. Typically, Sunday nights drop way down in occupancy, as many people in the room are aware. And so when you have something north of 70%, it means that certain days of the week are sold out.
So are you saying that it's around 70% Monday through Thursday, or like weekends are in the high, like 90s, you think, or something?
So that's sometimes, certain times of year, it would drop below 70%, certainly Monday through Thursday. That's part of the opportunity here. I think all of the hotels that have been discussed for this site can attract, with proper marketing, a lot of limited business meetings, getaways for a small thing, not with big meeting rooms, but with people that are staying in the hotel. And so there's a real opportunity to expand the Monday through Friday business with this property. So it would take it, depending on the time of year, to in the 40s and 50%, in January and February, to, the 70s and 80% that this is the Monday through Friday time. And it would raise that boat for itself and for the other properties as well.
Do you have any experience in terms of how long it takes the Coastal Commission to give approvals for hotels?
So it varies widely. We have lots of friends that have dealt with them in different places up and down the coast. And the key element is how much the prospective development, two elements, how much the prospective development aligns with their stated interests, which in this case we feel it really does. And then also, as has been mentioned, the complexity of the development is very much related. So the more moving parts, the less likely it will happen fast.
So ours is a relatively smooth transition, or transaction for them, probably.
From everything that we've read and understood that you can divine, at this point, yeah, it would be excellent that way. Part of it is that it's not a huge, and this is also a limiting factor for the development because you don't have unlimited, stories in terms of vertical use, and it's not that big in terms of its footprint. So that actually helps because it sort of limits the possibilities here.
And it's going to have 2 restaurants, what is it, or 1?
So I don't want to speak to the final thing because this is a preliminary design, but I think 1 restaurant and a cafe was the...
That's accurate.
Oh, okay.
At this
that's
point
the
in
concept.
time, at the concept level.
Okay, thank you.
We need to talk about how late we're going to run. It's 10:30. 10:40 already. So somebody want to estimate how? We have quite a few cards yet. You have questions, do you?
I could wait to ask my question after.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Last time, we were accurate.
So what shall we say, 1 o'clock?
Cards do you have?
What would you say, 40, maybe?
1 or 2? 40 cards.
I think.
Times 3.
40 cards times 3 minutes is 120 minutes. That's 2 hours of public comment, and then time for your deliberation.
2? Won't
That
go
should
any
be
later.
safe.
No later than 2, right?
Yeah, I make a motion that we won't go any later than 2.
Can we handle this?
I'll second.
Okay, all right, so you're going to hold your questions until later? Is that right, Karen?
Do we need to take a vote, don't we?
Go out to there.
I think we need to actually vote on it.
So we're voting to stay,
No, we have to vote.
yeah.
Make a
right, sorry.
motion, I make a motion.
I just did.
Oh, then I second it.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we should clarify for the
Yeah,
audience what
clarify
that
the-
means.
the motion.
Basically, we have a standing rule that if we're still in session at 11 o'clock, we have to vote whether or not we want to continue the business and finish. So what we just voted is that, well, we're going to be voting, is that we will not stay past 2 o'clock tonight, this morning, whichever way you want to look at it. So that's what we're voting, if we can finish earlier, though.
Right, absolutely. All right, so I'll call for the vote. And that passes, so we're aiming to get done definitely before 2, so we can hear everybody. Okay, so...
And Mayor, if I might offer another suggestion to the council, and I know that the speakers in the audience have probably been well prepared for their 3-minute time. You could shorten that to 2 minutes or some other reduction. Okay, forget what I said.
They've waited this long, so just to say, all right, so we will skip the questions from the council at the moment and open it to the public. So A.F. Canta and Leif Paulson, Victor Spano, and I appreciate your being able to stay late. Do not do the clapping or dancing or anything like that. If you would raise your arms and smile or whatever, thumbs up. All right, thank you. So A.F. Canta.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council, as well as everybody else here and members of the public. I really appreciate you guys staying around. My name's Chris Henry. I am part of the A.F. Canta team. We've been involved as one of the proponents in this project and in this undertaking of putting together a proposal. And it has been, without a doubt, one of the most unusual processes I've ever seen. I think that would be an understatement. And what I was listening here to these presentations today is you guys are being sold a bill of goods, to be honest. Based on what we saw on the documents that were presented, and I think this is important to state first, is that the proposal put before you today outlines, as it says on page 34, one of the last paragraphs, is a Hilton Garden Inn. And as someone who specializes and runs a company in creating destination hotels and resorts around the world, I can't think of anything less unique than a Hilton Garden Inn. So that's first off. But let me share some information based on conversations we had. And my other colleague will talk about what our proposal was and how we think it benefits the community best. But let me tell you something, 'cause I had a conference call last week with a couple of the people in this room tonight. And the city outlined what its agenda was, and its updated agenda at that. Many amendments were made to the RFQ that went out, and not all of them were published publicly. So one of them is they're not concerned about creating jobs. By choosing a limited service, they limit the number of jobs being created. They don't care about increasing wages, because again, the number of jobs being created are low-paying jobs in a select service, budget, economy, whatever you want to call it, hotel. Next, they don't care about, in our proposal, we had a housing element. They don't care about affordable housing. We had affordable rental units, and they said that doesn't matter. That's not important in this community. We had also for sale housing, which would raise everybody's property value, and they don't care about that either. So what I think you guys need to do is take a step back and have the public review that was supposed to have been carried out. It'll outline all of the deficits that the proposal that they selected today and the things that they took away from the public from being able to have any comment on. This is your community. These are your elected officials and hired officials that you pay with your tax dollars. This is the future of your city. And, you know, we're not here to say that our proposal is the best, though we do believe it is. What we're saying is that you guys need to have a voice in what happens here. This is a very unique opportunity. There's not that many beach communities that have an oceanfront site, actually let me rephrase that, a beachfront site that has an increase in value to generate a unique destination. And as far as a prototype or a model, we do have those things in our proposal. We have schematics, we have performas, we have budgets. All that information is available. Our ADR, $280 a night. Our occupancy, 78%. We are both activating Beach Boulevard and Palmetto Avenue on our site.
Time is up.
Oh, I'm sorry,
So-
I didn't see the red. I'm sorry, you have to call it.
So you need to urge your city to act, and I'll turn it over to Eileen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next one, Leif Paulson.
A.F. Canta, Eileen Canta.
Oh, gotcha.
Good evening, Mayor and council members and the community. A.F. Canta's proposed a destination boutique hotel in accordance with the RFP that will lead the redevelopment of the downtown community. Our project will cater to business clientele during the week, vacationers and locals on the weekends. As you saw in our renderings, I don't know if you guys had a chance to see it, but a California ambiance transforms this site into an elegant and yet relaxed atmosphere. In today's market, boutique hotels have an extremely appealing vibe for today's traveler who is often looking for a personal and authentic experience. Our vision is the only one that encompasses a high-end boutique hotel. It will also have a casual and engaging restaurant serving both guests and locals alike along Palmetto Boulevard. On the other end of the hotel, with sweeping views of the Pacific Ocean, we'll have an elegant steakhouse and a beach bar. Other amenities will include a spa, retail spaces, fitness center, and outdoor recreational activities. In addition, the project calls for affordable and market-rate housing. To deliver this, we assembled the team that has a track record in developing iconic California coastal projects such as Ritz-Carlton Half Moon Bay, Ritz-Carlton Laguna Niguel, Montage Laguna Beach, St. Regis Monarch Beach, and amongst others. A.F. Canta will be very much involved in the community by giving to charitable causes, which enhance the quality of life in Pacifica, such as local community events, civic beautification, preservation program of the oceanfront, raise funds to renovate an existing library instead of building a new one, and support literacy programs at the existing library. Factored into the economics of our proposal, we have addressed the needs for prevailing wage during construction and living wage for the hotel employees. We are excited to be the newest member of the Chamber of Commerce and play a role in FogFest if we are permitted. The Beach Boulevard project is very close to my heart, as I have been engaged by the city for the past 5.5 years. We look forward in welcoming you to the Linda Mar Hotel, where you can rejuvenate the mind, body, and soul. Our project will put Pacifica on the map. There's no doubt about it, but a select service will not put you on the map, and it's not a cookie cutter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Leif Paulson, Victor Spano, Peter Menard.
Good evening. My name is Leif Paulson. Good evening, council, staff. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the proposed hotel project at Beach Boulevard because it comes without any guarantees that the developer would respect hotel workers' right to organize. I come from a family that found its footing in this very expensive Bay Area, even before it became as expensive as we find it today. In the transition about 15 years ago, my family had to decide which way to go, and that decision led to training to a union job. That union job that respected my father's right to organize, respected as a unit them to protect themselves, has created this foundation, this footing to remain in the Bay Area. Now I see a lot of folks that are not promised in such a way and are nudged away from ideas of self-organization, and it creates more degradation of wage, of benefits, and also again just independence, autonomy. So I really hope that you can understand that healthcare, good wages are really important to everyday folks, and the kind of jobs that this deal would create does not guarantee this pathway. The developer has refused to sign an agreement agreeing to be neutral and respect the workers' rights to form a union, and the community doesn't need any more bad, low-wage jobs. Please say no to this hotel project. Keep looking for a developer that will represent working folks, that can bring not only what they're told to bring, but also pride and dignity, because they enjoy their job, because they know that they have a voice on that job. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Spano.
Hello. I'd like to commend the staff for doing this RFQ. It had been talked about for a very long time. My first experience with Beach Boulevard was around 1993 when John Hill and Mike Crabtree did a charrette at the library about possible uses of the Beach Boulevard site. And what's been great about this site is that historically there's been lots of public input as to what the neighbors and the city wanted to see at the site. You conducted the RFQ, but just last Friday, you released all the designs, and there was no community outreach so people could compare apples to oranges to watermelons and whatnot and see what the community would like to see there. This was spelled out in the RFQ, which showed a mixed-use site with residential, a higher-end hotel, ideally a boutique hotel. I'm not sure the friend group, although they seem very qualified, meets what was in that RFQ that the neighborhood and the city residents bought into, and even the council bought into. There was some sort of change. I'd like to advocate that the decision to award the ERN be continued until the community has an opportunity to view all the designs and see what's the best fit for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Menard, Ernest Strausser, Brent Shedd.
Hi again. So as a citizen this time, so my understanding is that years ago, the City Council set the 3 goals for developing this property that Manager Stedler referred to in her presentation. Not one of the goals, as I read them, involved trying to remedy a serious problem in our economy, wage levels. I wish it was. I believe government is sometimes the best and sometimes the only way to provide a just and humane economy and make real changes in the system. And I wish addressing the living wage was a goal for developing this property, so discussions with developers could have begun with that expectation. But it wasn't. And we're years in. And what I want to raise is the cost of inaction, the cost of continued vacant property. There are no prohibitions against organizing, as I understand. The cause to try and organize and move the movement forward to further the cause of the 99%, I think wouldn't stop by going with a developer with no guarantees. So I want to, but if we continue to have a vacant property, the analogy that comes to my mind is that we're a city that doesn't have the bandwidth yet, doesn't have the resources yet to start fighting a lot of larger battles. That we have professional staff that are working and doing amazingly things to strengthen this city so that it can take stronger stances. And do it proactively from the onset, not reactively with a bait and switch. As a public school teacher, I was an active union member. I know that it's unions that I have to give credit for the health care I was able to provide my kids, the limited workday, and so many other benefits that I'm provided. But I'm also very familiar with winning a lot of small battles and losing the war. And I think, while I am wholeheartedly behind the cause, I think Pacifica is not the enemy. I don't think this property is a battle that would actually further that cause. It would only continue to strap the city with more expenses and deprive us of revenue that could strengthen us to play a much more progressive role in the Bay Area. So whatever decision is made, please keep it moving forward so that this city continues to become stronger.
All right, thank you. Ernest Strausser, Brent Shedd, Carolyn Jaramillo.
I don't know where Ernest Strausser is, so I'm just stepping in.
Oh, thank you.
So I don't want to use 3 minutes. I want to say that any successful investor will tell you that timing is everything. This space that we're talking about is not a park. It's not someplace you want to hike. It's essentially a brownfield. This is a blighted area, and it's been sitting there for 16 years, not generating any kind of revenue for the city. 16 years. We have a chance to develop this and generate revenue for the city in a city that needs the revenue. Karen had mentioned earlier that she feels like Pacifica's finally kind of getting some steam behind it, finally kind of moving forward. This is a lot of steam that can move Pacifica forward, and I feel like we're looking a gift horse in the mouth if we don't move forward on this. So I want to encourage the council to vote yes, vote progress, move forward. Let's get this thing done rather than stall out and lose the opportunity so it sits there for another 16 years. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Carolyn Jaramillo, Gloria Stofan, and Shanti Davison.
Good evening. My name is Carolyn Jaramillo. I live on Manor Drive here in Pacifica. I have been there for 29 years. I own the house free and clear, all by myself, no bank mortgages to be paid, And the reason I'm so fortunate and able to do that is that I had a union job for over 25 years. So I'm here tonight to ask you to, yes, go forward, put Pacifica on the map, put it on the map where it's known for the way it treats its workers and the people that need to rent, people that need housing. Put us on the map for justice, and do not do business with anyone that's not going to respect workers' rights and the right to form a union. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Please remember, wave your arms in the air, whatever, please. Gloria Stofan, Shanti Davidson, Ellen Hegg.
My name's Gloria Stofan. I've lived here in Rockaway, Pacifica since 1966. Not only, I'm retired now, but not only was I a union member, but my husband, who worked for the Pacifica Fire Department, was also a rep for the union. It's important to have some type of way to communicate, if not through a union rep, at least to a place where you can deal and work with your employer to get some satisfaction if things are not going well on the job. We need a developer, and what I heard tonight sounds wonderful, and I'm really pleased that there was some type of information that the audience got, but it seems like we were looking at just a part of a plan that didn't seem to include staffing. I didn't hear staffing needs addressed, and that's important. That's important in a community that cares. And we've been working on that for affordable housing for a long time. I had to get that in. Anyway, we need developers who will pay a fair living wage to their employees and also be willing to allow their employees the rights to organize without fear of retaliation or harassment. That means that the developer needs to be willing to sign a neutrality agreement that would protect employees' rights to organize into a union. Non-union jobs are poverty jobs. They get unaffordable health care, no pension, no ability to bargain collectively for better wages. I urge the City Council to work with the developer for not only for fair living wage, but also, importantly, that the developer to be willing to sign a neutrality agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Shanti Davidson, Ellen Hay, please keep it.
Good evening, City Council. It's been a while since I came and speak here. I came to advocate on behalf of Local Number 2 to basically advocate for a neutrality agreement between whatever developer it is that you choose for this site. You know, housekeeping, they work a hard job. Nobody really wants that job. They deserve an honest day's pay. That's pretty much what it comes down to here. And one of the big problems we do have here in Pacifica is the traffic. And it's an increasing problem, and one of the root causes of that problem is the working class that works here in Pacifica. They can't afford to live here, and if you're not paying union wages, none of these people are going to be able to afford to live here. It's just going to increase the traffic problem that we, do see every day here. And I also did want to bring up one other issue that has been hammered on here many times, but City Council has yet to address it. Well, several. And one would also be that you pay prevailing wage to whoever it is that constructs this. One of the other problems that we do have here in the Bay Area is increasingly with any large-scale project, the developer flies in employees, basically the workforce from other states where the cost of living is drastically lower, and they work for a percentage of what our local workforce can afford to work for. So please insist on prevailing wage and hiring local. Let's do the simple and smart thing by keeping our money local. We have a workforce here in the Bay Area. Let's keep it that way. And then lastly, let's address the issue of Airbnb. You know, if we want to ask the hotelier to be union, to pay prevailing wage, it's really only fair that we ask Airbnb and other sites to pay the simple transient occupancy tax. I mean, figures have been kicked around, and I'm not saying that this is accurate, but a figure is it's about $400,000 a year that we're losing just to Airbnb. Now, if you put in all of the short-term rentals that we actually do have, because there's numerous online sites that do operate here out of Pacifica, you really are looking at a figure of upwards of $500,000 that you're losing. And you know, if Airbnb and these others aren't going to pay union wages, the very least that they can do is pay their taxes, because none of the hotels that exist or previous ones, nothing that is going to be built can really afford to have these people undercutting them by not paying their taxes. It's really simple, so please address that issue too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. For those of you who are waving your hands, thank you very much. The others, please. It's like 4 times now I've had to ask. Ellen Haig, Charlie, I can't read your last name, Charlie Gothis, and Claire Jackson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and members of the community. I'm Ellen Haig, a resident of Pacifica, and I'm here to urge you to vote no on selecting any of the proposed hotel developments that do not agree to remain neutral and respect workers' right to form a union. Many years ago, I was a member of the Teamsters Union. My union job provided health care, retirement benefits, and most important, a living wage that allowed me to afford to live in the community. Hotel workers deserve no less. Thank you.
Thank you. Charlie Gothis, if I'm saying your name right, Charlie?
He went home to take care of our daughter. I'm Claire Jackson, his wife. I've been a Pacifica resident for 10 years, an educator here in the Bay Area, involved in a lot of the education issues here in Pacifica. But before I got involved in education, I worked with non-union hotel and restaurant workers. And I want to be really clear, I think, you know, the developers talked about this being a vision in line with our community, and I really have a problem with that, because I think Pacifica, a lot of the strength of this community is it's full of union educators, firefighters, police officers, healthcare workers, construction workers. We are the people who can afford to live in this city. And so building a non-union hotel, a hotel that doesn't agree to a card check neutrality agreement, goes against the vision of this community. We need to have jobs in this community where people can actually afford to live here. And you know, not agreeing to a card check neutrality agreement will just allow an employer to intimidate workers to the point that you know, they can't have a union. So I really urge you to vote no against this, to stay in line with the vision of this community and support jobs that, you know, people can stand up for their rights, have good wages, good health benefits, and so forth. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Valerie Lapin and Kirsten Andrews Schwinn and Gladys Madriz.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Lappin, and I live on Manor Drive. I've lived here for the past 18 years. I'm very concerned about what's happening in our community. Pacifica once was a place where working families could live, but now we see long-term residents being displaced from their homes, more and more people without affordable health care, and people living in fear about how they're going to survive in their retirement. Now we have developers who want to come into Pacifica, build a hotel on property that belongs to us, Yet they refuse to provide any assurance that they will respect the workers if they choose to exercise their right to form a union, to have living wage jobs with affordable health care and retirement with dignity. Are we going to sell off this precious piece of land knowing that we will be accelerating the race to the bottom? Frankly, I'm very disappointed and surprised that you would even consider such a proposal, and that the presentation this evening didn't even address the nature of the jobs. We have a real opportunity instead to create a development with good jobs for local residents. I urge you to demand more, much more. I strongly urge you to vote against any hotel proposal that doesn't include a card check and neutrality agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Kirsten Andrews Schwinn.
Good evening. My name is Gladys Madriz, and I'm a resident of Pacifica. I live in Perry Avenue for about 15 years now. I am here because I'm very concerned about the building of the hotel.
Can you get closer to the mic?
Sure.
Yeah.
I understand that the new building, the new hotel, will bring revenue for our city, and that's very good. But what kind of jobs will it bring? You know, will bring low payment. We don't need more low-income jobs. We know already that living in Pacifica is not cheap. Therefore, we need to create jobs for our people, for Pacifica residents, jobs that dignify them, good jobs, good paid jobs with benefits. And per my experience, I know that this can be guaranteed with the help of the union. We need to make sure now that the companies that wants to build this hotel respect the Pacifica hotel workers. I'm asking you to please say no to these hotel project developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Logomoricino, Kyle Baptista, Michael De Los Santos, Emily Madriz, Monica Olson, Where's Mike?
Good evening. My name is Mike Logomoricino. I am with Teamsters Locally 56. I'm also a 13-year Pacifica resident. I stand here to urge your no vote on this project. Real briefly, our union and I personally represent about 1,100 hotel workers in both San Francisco and San Mateo County. Those workers enjoy a respect on the job through representation. They enjoy good contracts through collective bargaining. And our workers not only get a living wage, but they also have benefits paid for by the employer, which include a retiree medical, and they also have pensions. And as a Pacifica resident, I want to urge you guys, in all the presentations from the proponents of this proposal, I heard a lot of glossy terms and some things I actually probably would agree with, but there was no mention of workers. There was no mention of the work that's going to be done at the hotels. The room cleaners all have to clean those rooms, the front desk agents that will help those guests. There was no mention of the labor that will be involved in an ongoing process and what they deserve to have and what we should as Pacificans want and demand that they get in order to approve this project. So I urge a no vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kyle Bautista.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Cal Bautista. I'm here to ask you to vote no on the proposed hotel project at Beach Boulevard, because it comes without any guarantees that the developer would respect hotel workers' right to organize. Well, where I'm coming from, my mom, sitting over there, she's a local 2 member. She works at Olympic Club, and they give her like a lot of benefits, and those benefits help us live in San Bruno, and without them, I don't know how we would survive. And she's a single parent, she does everything for me, and I appreciate that. And I go to Sacred Heart Cathedral, which is people say it's an elite school, and I'm privileged to go there because my mom supports me in every way possible, and yeah, I don't want to take any more of your time because we're here pretty late. Anyways, developer has refused to sign an agreement agreeing to be neutral and respect workers' right or form a union. This community doesn't need any more bad, low-wage jobs. So what I say is, please say no on this hotel project. Keep looking for a developer who will respect workers' right to form a union. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good night.
Thank you. Michael de los Santos and Emily Madris.
Hi, good evening, City Council. I'm Michael de los Santos. I live from Pacifica, and I work from Best Western Lighthouse Hotel. I'm here to urge to vote no. As like a employee from, I'm proud also to be employee from the Lighthouse Hotel because I am a member of a local 2 union, so I feel protected because they give. I have for the future. I have my benefits and my retirement benefits, and also from my medical health care. The union also provide us, and I feel as what I have encountered for being a union member, they help the employees even they have a problem from the management. It's not easy for us as a workers or employee for the hotel. Sometimes based from our experience, sometimes when it's I think when you're in our position, the management has the right any time to kick you out.
Go on.
Yeah. With the union, we feel protected and safe because without any reason, if the management go for you and just kick you out, we don't have the we don't have the we don't feel protected. That's what and I'm here, standing here in front of you, just to vote no.
Thank you. Emily and Monica, Sally Madden, Bridget Duffy, Julie Starobin. Go ahead.
I'm Monica Olson. I'm a member of Faith in Action Bay Area, and I'd like to speak about the dignity of one's labor. Income inequality is really undermining our country to a frightening degree. It's given rise to the Occupy movements. It's ruptured democracy in our present election system, and the whole concept of common good is being overridden. And we just can't subsidize corporations on the backs of working people. And that's my message, is that we can't get ahead with glorious projects if we don't have honor for the labor unions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sally? And Bridget?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sally, and I'm a current resident of Pacifica. I live over in Perry Avenue. I grew up commuting with my parents from our home in Oakland to San Francisco, where my mom worked as a housekeeper at a hotel, and also to Pacifica, where my dad worked as a manager of the Shell gas station at Rockaway Beach. They had to commute back and forth for years until we were able to afford to move to Pacifica in 2001. And I've lived here happily ever since. So naturally, when I heard about the plan to build a hotel that is only offering low wages and no union, I was stunned. How can a city like Pacifica force their residents to either accept low wages or commute away from their homes? If it's not enough to support even a basic standard of living for families, it's just not enough. I appreciated the time my parents sacrificed commuting hours away, but they had no choice. However, we do have a choice here and now. I care about my family, my friends, my neighbors, my former IBL and Oceana classmates, my community, and they deserve more. They deserve good job opportunities here in their city instead of having to commute far and struggling just to make a living. The residents of Pacifica deserve decent wages with medical benefits and pension plans. They deserve a union to speak for them when they can't or don't know how. We need to protect ourselves from the greed that runs this country. So I urge you, please say no to bad jobs. Say no to these developers. Look for a developer who will respect workers' rights to form a union. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Duffy, Julie Starobin.
Hello, Bridget Duffy. I can't really add to what I've heard. People have said amazing things. The only thing I would like to add is I love the name. I love the name. Friends. Are you kidding me? I mean, are they really, is this a joke? I'm not making this up, guys. I mean, this is outrageous. It is outrageous that the people are being, when we want to be heard, we wait until last. We are tortured with endless, boring presentations that don't need to be made. And then people leave. They're too tired to stay. This is not listening to the people. The workers of the people, we pay taxes. Taxes pay your salaries. The government was intended to support the people. This seems to have been lost somehow. I don't know what I was saying. I lost track. I got 1 minute and 42 seconds left, though, or something like that. No, I'm not going to say anything else. I'm going to say, please, the thing is a government that cannot hear the voice of the people, that will not respond to the voice of the people, is last century's idea of a government. We need a new century's idea of a government. Does it include you? You have to think about it, because the time is coming that the people are going to say, look, we're not being listened to. We vote. We do vote. And eventually, things will change one way or another. We could do it the easy way, or we could do it the hard way. What are we going to do?
Oh, sorry. Sorry about that. Julie Starobin, if I'm saying it right. How about Chito Quillar? And Jim Hildberg. And if anybody else has not spoken, would like to be on the list, just come up after and bring a card, please.
My name is Chito Cuellar, and I represent the Hotel and Restaurant Workers Union Local 2. I want to see how many people from the unions are here. Can people get up? It's friends and families, union staff, unionized workers, so that's good. All right, that's good, thanks. So there are 100 residents here in Pacifica who relied on jobs in the hospitality industry. Our industry can provide good jobs, right? The kind of jobs that allow us to send our kids to college, the kind of job that allow us to stay in this area that is very expensive. So, and the kind of job that allow us to give back to the communities. But there are hotel jobs also that are not good. They're bad jobs. And there can be low wage jobs. People cannot afford to pay for medical benefits. They have zero pensions. And what it makes a job good and bad is the ability to be able to negotiate collectively with the employer, right? When we negotiate individually, one employer against the employee against the employer is harder. You don't have much bargaining power. So, but the developer that you're considering tonight, this developer has made very clear that he doesn't want union jobs, right? That he's not interested in that, and he has refused to sign an agreement committing to respect the worker's choice, right? Workers should have a choice. Nobody should be intimidated, and this developer is not agreeing to sign a document saying that they will not intervene and let the workers decide what do they want to do. They want a union or they don't want a union. So we want to, so they want to have the right to run campaigns against workers who want good jobs. So the choice that you have tonight is not whether to build a hotel or not build a hotel. The choice that you have tonight is to decide whether the developer that you're going to choose is going to respect workers' rights, and there's other developers around that they do that. They respect workers' rights, right? So this one is not the one that you should pick, and that's why I encourage you to vote no tonight. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Jim Hildberg, Dan Stednick, and Marvin Madriz.
I think you said Jim Hildberg, right? Thank you very much. I have a different perspective that I'd like to bring to you guys tonight. My perspective is that I have the Segway dealership here in town. I have conducted over 15,000 people up and down the coast side here on my Segways. I've sold hundreds of Segways in Silicon Valley. And people give me a different perspective than maybe what you've heard tonight. I do think deciding who to hire for the hotel that might get built 3 or 4 years from now is a question that should be addressed 3 or 4 years from now, but not tonight. As I give Segway tours, people from all over the world riding with me, and I take them along the beach boulevard here, and they look at this building, and we talk about the pier, and we talk about the sewer plant that's still sitting here 16 years later, and people are astounded. They say, this is oceanfront property and you can't figure out what to do with it? I think this decision needs to be moved ahead quickly. I don't know how the decision was made to pick one developer or another, but let's get something and get going, and let's do it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan Stednick.
Good evening, council members. Thanks for hearing me again tonight. My name is Dan Stednick. These hotel workers, they're hospitality workers, they're really living large. Half the hog. These guys get whatever they want, right? Hospitality workers are about the lowest paid, lowest benefited union here. Every single staff member in this room here has a union contract significantly better than any of the hospitality workers here, with 2 exceptions. The idea that this is, we're going to have to deal with the labor issue as some sort of thing we sprang on you at the last minute is completely false, you know. At all these meetings, every single meeting on Beach Boulevard, you know, I personally said, hey, the time to determine whether this is a union hotel or not is now. You can't, if you put this off, you're essentially saying it's not going to be a union hotel. I'd like to see Pacifica have some jobs that weren't minimum wage. This is an $11 million asset. This Beach Boulevard property right here where we are now is an $11 million asset. The Starwood Aloft project offered sale proceeds of $7 million, a transit occupancy tax of $1.25 million per year, $1.25 million per year, $325,000 more per year for the city than the project you're putting forth. I'm guessing that's solely due to a higher quality room and a higher average room rate, but I'm not 100% sure. There's more options than saying no and yes. What I'd like to see is the city council specifically make a determination that they want this to be a union hotel as part of what they passed tonight. You can pass this tonight and make a stipulation of the contract that it has to be a union hotel and represent hospitality workers. I mean, it's very easy to do. All four of you can do it. Do it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Marvin Madriz? And if there's anybody else I missed.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marvin Madriz. I represent myself as a low-pay worker in Pacifica. I worked for 21 years in a gas stations business in this city as a low pay. So I know how it's a feel to be a low pay rate employee. So I demand from you guys that make a decision to have the people that are gonna build this is fine. I approve that, Pacifica need to go up. And I see we're making some changes, and I love that to hear that we're gonna be seeing in the map now. When we Google it and we see Pacifica, we don't see the minivan. It's nice to see that we're gonna be bringing more progress to our city, but it doesn't have to be under the cost of the employees that's gonna be working in this project. For 21 years, I struggled with my family. The only thing that kept me going all the time was my wife's job, and I'm proud to say that was a union job. 5 years ago, I changed. I went to work to San Francisco for a union job, and I can see the difference. I can feel the difference. So please choose the developer that is gonna respect the right for the people of Pacifica. Think about Pacifica the same way that you're thinking about progress, but not under our cost, under the cost of the people of Pacifica, the workers. Those are the ones that's gonna build up the city all forever. We're gonna keep working here, but if we don't have a job that dignify us, so we have to leave the city. So please choose wisely, choose for the people of Pacifica, choose for union job. Thank you so much.
Tiger Big Stick. Okay, so we've done enough clapping for now, if you don't mind. I let it go, so if we can get back in order, please.
Good evening. Good evening. I am Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council.
Can you talk louder, please?
Yeah. Pardon my brain as it tries to recombine in my skull. I have a union job. It does not pay me enough money to work here, live here, excuse me. I'm subsidized by my family essentially to be able to live here. I'm looking at leaving Pacifica probably in about a year if I can't find a better paying job or a living situation, presumably with somebody else, because the idea of finding a small studio space where I could live on my own right now to me is incomprehensible. And with a good union job, thank God I have benefits, thank God I can take care of my teeth, and I don't have to worry too much about my health as I'm trying to figure out my next step outside of Pacifica, the place I've been serving my community in terms of my job for the last 10 years, the place where I tried to serve my community in terms of volunteering to the best of my ability and contribute somehow to making this the place to live that I love living. And as somebody who has a good union job, it does not pay me as I am enough that I can live here. $900,000 is not nothing. That's an incredible amount of money to the city. But as somebody who spends 40 hours a week serving this city, I won't be able to see it as things are going now because my good union job isn't paying me enough. And it would be nice if other people who would be sharing a similar situation would be able to be paid enough that if they're going to be serving this community that I love so well, they too would be able to share in its prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Anybody else want to come forward? No? Okay, so I'll close it. Close the community. Thank you very much for staying. Appreciate it. We'll close orals and come back to City Council. So, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
I have to say, I know I've talked to the unions, and this is one of the toughest decisions to make. I mean, because the city does need the money. It is an empty hole. It's been sitting here for 14 years. It's an eyesore, frankly, the way it looks now. And this is an opportunity to move the city with some revenue as well as fill a hole, okay? However, the history of Pacifica started when the United Airlines, SFO, was their main hub or their maintenance hub, and you had a lot of union workers here that were able to buy houses and provide a living for their kids and you know, live the American dream. I do have one question though. Is the brownfield taken care of in this site? The brownfield issues? Okay. So if the council votes yes tonight, what we are doing is basically saying we are going to open up exclusive negotiations with this developer. We are not selling the property tonight. We're not making any commitment to the person other than negotiate. So to put it in terms that might be real simple, you can look at, we've been dating those 6 developers. We're now going to engage, and to get a union contract, we're going to get a prenup before we marry them and sell the property. So and to negotiate is discuss something formally in order to make an agreement. So I kind of hate to let a bird in the hand disappear. So I would suggest, I would entertain or support a yes for the developer with the provision that there is the city negotiators look at a card check agreement for the operations of the hotel. So that's my thought.
John was first. So.
Oh, okay. Councilman Keener.
Thank you for staying so late. It's got to be hard for you, especially. I know how I feel the next morning, but all of you have got to go to work. So thanks again. So this will be a 120-room hotel. This Friend Hotel. The Hilton Garden Inn. The consultants say that it will generate 20 jobs. And, housekeepers are among the lowest paid people anywhere. So at $10 an hour, 2,000 hours per year, that's $20,000 a year. That's per job, or $400,000 a year for 20 jobs. If you want to include benefits for somebody making minimum wage, that's probably about $550,000 per year for 20 jobs. If we bump that up $5 to $15 an hour, which is, I think, slightly above the union rates at Best Western, but I'm not sure. But at any rate, that would be $600,000 a year for 20 jobs, and about $800,000 a year, including benefits. And now we're assuming that the hospitality workers are in a union. So for about $250,000 a year, that's the difference between the $15 an hour and the $10 an hour for 20 jobs. $250,000 a year. You can pay 20 housekeepers another $5 an hour. Okay, well, the TOT that we're estimated to get from this hotel is about $900,000. Again, that's what the consultants say. And that's 12% of room revenue. So for another $5 an hour for housekeepers, it'll cost the operator about 3.5% of the room revenue. So I think I'll stop there.
Councilwoman Irvin?
Okay, I would just like to start off by saying I agree with what, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill said. This is a really tough decision because you want a win-win. We have these $900,000 a year or whatever it ends up being. We've got, enhanced quality of life for citizens, play here, work here. They spend money. People come here and spend money. It's something that could really enhance an area, and it'd be really great. And I want it to be great for its workers as well. I grew up in a union family. I know what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying, and I know how hard it is to live in the Bay Area. My concern is I don't know what the reality is about getting somebody that will accept. I know there's very few hotels, I believe. In fact, how many hotels are currently in San Mateo County that have union workers? In San Mateo County. San Francisco is a different place. It's very established. I just want to get an idea of how unique this situation would be, or how normal.
So for the area that's represented by the Convention and Visitors Bureau, there are a total of 171 hotels.
Okay.
And of that 171, 11 have some level of union organized service workers. So it's a small number.
Okay. And in Pacifica, how many of our hotels have union workers?
One.
One. And was that done during the time they built the hotel?
No, it's my understanding it wasn't, but I would defer to Ann, since I believe she's had the conversation about that.
Yeah. I understand that that particular hotel became unionized at a point in time in its history and that it was unionized by one particular owner who owned the property at that point in time. The transition, as I understood it, took place after the hotel had been built and was in operation.
Okay. And did you get any, so we have 6 and then we had 4, so we have 4 that we were selecting from, and any messaging about incorporating this check card neutrality into if we stipulated that?
The concern that developers have at this point in time, and I'm going to speak generally, is that they're facing a great deal of risk to open and entitle this property at this point in time.
And that is because?
That's because the property as it exists now requires entitlements at both the local level and at the Coastal Commission level. That process is long. It's marked by uncertainty of timing, and it's expensive. So as we said earlier today, one of the remarkable conditions of undertaking development on this site is being willing to prepay the costs of all of that work before you have even a guarantee that you have approvals or that you will have the land sold to you by the city. That's a great deal of risk for a developer to undertake.
Okay, thank you. One other question I had, I know there was a couple questions about not even discussing staffing. Can you address that, why you didn't address staffing in your presentation?
I can't address staffing at this point in time. My understanding is that a select service hotel such as the one that we are recommending of 120 rooms would be approximately 20 employees. That is the best information that I have, and of course we know that that would be a range of different job classifications, including the housekeepers that have been mentioned tonight as well as others.
Okay. Let's see if I had any others from... Does anybody else have a question?
You're fine. Go right ahead.
And I just had some questions regarding the selection. So we had 4 choices. 2 had residential housing and 2 did not.
That's correct.
And the primary reasons for not selecting housing as part of the criteria, primarily the Coastal Commission really does not advocate for housing. That's
right.
One of the issues.
That's...
and I know there was another issue, I believe, with Moffett and Nichols, where they were even a little concerned about having residential down there more so than hotels. So it's a different...
Right. There's a relationship between hazard and land use that's important, where we know that commercial properties address those kinds of risks, coastal hazard risks, differently than a homeowner might be able to address that risk.
Be there forever, ever,
right.
and ever.
So we did talk about that in one of our earlier meetings. The other issue we've talked about is the alignment of a hotel with the city goals, the 3 goals of anchoring Palmetto, supporting the hotel industry within the city of Pacifica, and lastly, generating transient occupancy tax. All of those can be accomplished with a hotel as opposed to a residential development.
And one of the interesting things I thought was all 4 of them had a relatively equal number of rooms. I mean, but then the residential aspect was another 50 or 60 residential units, and it's hard to imagine where they would all go. So
it creates more density on the site. And the point that we made today has to do with the permitting and the complexity of the process of delivering a multi-use project. The point we wanted to communicate earlier was that every aspect of a property may become more difficult in terms of planning for it, marketing for it, securing the financing for both of those uses at the same time. The reason that's important to us is our goal is to deliver the hotel. And if we complicate it so that the approval process or the building and development process is more complex and longer, we defer that ultimate goal. There's one other point that I think is important to make, and that is that the RFQ that we released at the council's request in October of 2015 was an RFQ that stated that we were looking for an oceanfront hotel. And inside the document itself, we talked about the fact that the city's intent is to select a hotel developer. Our intent was not to solicit for housing at that point. We indicated that both in the RFP, and then we also discussed that with the developers that we're proposing. So our record has been clear in that regard. And
you requested to have a proposal with no housing attached.
Yes, we said our intent was to select a hotel developer with a transformative vision and excellent qualifications who can deliver a destination hotel.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then a question, go ahead, I see the lights on. Go ahead. Yeah.
So this project is very appealing, and I think you've done a really good job in winnowing the various applicants down and bringing it to us. But I just would like to see the lowest paid workers among us paid a little bit more. And so
Mike has this light on.
Council Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
Did you want to say something?
No, I was going back to Karen.
So what we're deciding tonight is whether or not we're going to move forward in negotiations. Are you saying that you are open to saying yes to the developer with the provision that that there is some sort of work organized card check or whatever for the workers, which is what I said in the beginning? A no vote would mean we'd stop. We're not interested in working with the developer at all, which would then get us back to October of last year and start the process again. If what I'm suggesting goes and passes, it would be we move forward with this developer with the provision that there is some negotiation for workers and higher wages. So are you supportive of that? Or do you want to say no to the developer?
no, I don't want to say no to the developer, but I don't think that what I want is obtainable by this body, okay? I think that it's obtainable by the union negotiating with the developer, not us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. Do you have, I mean, I agree with.
I can't hear.
With what Councilmember O'Neill is indicating, that we ask that you negotiate for those, during negotiations, that you work on negotiating for the fair wages.
May I ask a clarifying question? So if, as been reported by members of the audience who I guess have been in contact with the developer, if it's something that the developer is not willing to consider, then I'm not sure what our path forward is with you all. I'm not necessarily asking for you to give me that direction tonight, because if that's your direction, we'll go and we'll have a conversation with him. But if it's true, then I'm not sure where that will leave us.
Please, audience, I know it's late and I know you're anxious, but we're talking about dignity, so let's keep this as dignified as possible, and we won't always agree, but let's be as dignified as possible.
I think that now it's kind of like the rubber hitting the road. We're doing the exclusive negotiating agreement. I think we have gone down this path with this developer. If we lay out our terms of what we want now, we should at least give them the chance to respond, because we're into them for a year now, because the RFQ went out in October last year. So I would like to take and at least give the developer the opportunity to make a decision with the reality in front of them. Okay? If they choose to say no, that's going to be something we'll have to discuss in closed session. But I think, won't be discussed in closed session? Well, I mean, it's property negotiations, so I thought it would be closed session. Well, we would have to discuss that, and we're, at that point. I would like to hear what the mayor has to say, though, because she hasn't said anything.
Right. No, exactly. So I'm trying to keep the rebel in me sane and sensible. So I liked what I heard this evening from the developer, until I start remembering that we have people displaced, and I was distressed by that, still am, with skyrocketing rents. Wages have to be decent enough, or these people, whoever's going to work here, is either going to have to move somewhere else to live, or they're going to be busing themselves in, and there are no buses. So I certainly understand and appreciate. I guess if I was two things, let me get to the point, to the point that really is bothering me. The part that's really bothering me is that we are an oceanfront, and I've tried not to be crazy about that, but we are oceanfront. And we did have a developer at one time, and we waited 4 years and nothing came out of that. And that was a very good developer. And so then we've been here 16 years, but a lot of that was the economy, because there were other people that wanted to do things here. So I'm inclined to be in favor of whatever the community feels that it wants. And the community does not want to be displaced. The community wants, I would say, living wage, and I would go even further. We just came off of Labor Day, for which I was totally involved in all labor issues. I guess it bothers me that developers, and I realize it's been impressed upon me that they're taking a risk and they're paying a lot of money for things. I guess it bothers me that we have to feel like we're so poverty-stricken that we'll take and grovel for whatever we can get. And then the other part of me says, well, hey, you're in that position. You do need to grovel. So I'm seeing revenue, I'm understanding revenue and how we need it. I'm not at the point where I don't feel like I'm selling my soul. So I'm at a risk in two directions. One, I want the revenue so that this community can pay for potholes, and that it'll be an enticement to other people to do more on Palmetto. But my other side says, oh, swear words, we've got good stuff here. There must be somebody out there that will do it. And this doesn't necessarily necessitate or push what's going on at Palmetto. So my risk is whatever direction I go, I can be totally wrong. But I'm going to go with what I feel We're talking, the developer has great stuff, says great stuff, wants to be what the community is, wants to reflect the community. I feel the community, we have a reflected community. I'm tied up with the skyrocketing rents and the displacement of our community that bothers me nightly, every day. And so this to me is just another leg of that. So I'm more inclined to say, it's time, 21st century, we put our foot down and see where we go and not have to follow the other ways where you feel like you're threatened if you don't do it that way. So did I make any sense? I don't know. Well, that's where I am now.
So, you know, this is 900,000. We, as a council, said we had our primary goal was, improve our economy, and our second goal was to develop the Beach Boulevard site. And so I think we need to be very careful of what we're saying no to, and get the more money we have as a city, the more we can help those who need it, the more we can assist and, as you said, fill the potholes or take care of those that need us to help them. Sorry about that. So I really would like to work. We had 6 candidates in the first place, and then it went to 4, and then basically it would go down to none, and we would be starting this over if we're insisting on, if they're standing firm and we're standing firm. So I like the idea of negotiating, letting them know that this is important to us, but having that be a negotiating element and not necessarily a do or die situation. Maybe we can garner other better living wage, instill upon them how important it is to us as a city to pay fair living wages to our community, and take that step so we can get ourselves on the map as a place where people want to go, so they come back, and then we can demand more because we will have more here. There's only 11 out of 174 hotels in San Mateo County. We can do this together. We just have to do it at a pace that's affordable. Otherwise, we won't have any jobs for anybody.
Quiet, please. This is our American democratic process, so hang in there. So is anybody able to ask answers?
John's got a slide.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Keener. You got yours on too?
So a no vote tonight doesn't necessarily mean that this process is over. The developer hasn't really been tested with, shall we say, adversity in this regard. Maybe he will, he or she will say, 3.5%, 5%, I can find a way to live with that. Or maybe he won't. I don't know. But what I do know is, or what I think is, that if we vote yes, we will not get good paying jobs. We will get $10 an hour.
Hang in there.
Well, I was just going to make a motion just to see what happens, see if there's a second, and move it on. It's midnight. Okay, I move to approve the selection of recommended development team James H. Friend of Friend Development Group based on the proposed hotel and restaurant concept submitted for 2212 Beach Boulevard, and authorize the city manager to prepare an agreement to negotiate exclusively with the selected developer for subsequent city council review and approval, and take all necessary steps to do so, with the amendment that they meet with the with the union to discuss organization. Michelle, can you help me out with that language?
That seems fine.
if you can describe for me a little bit further what you're asking for, because I've heard different
Right.
thoughts coming from.
That's why I'm
from-
saying the motion is to just like kind of, let's get things going is,
So-
basically, I want to move forward with the developer, but have them have the chance, because we were into them for a year and a half now. Move forward with the developer, but we go with them that we do want employee representation of some kind.
So
Card
do you,
check.
are you asking, are you giving staff direction in negotiations?
Yes.
Or, so that you're giving us direction to talk to the developer with that directive in mind, and then we will bring back their response to you?
Yes, so basically, if the developer moves forward, would they have to do it with union rights there, labor rights? Okay, I don't know quite the legalese, so.
So you are making the motion with the proviso that you are also directing staff to convey the council's intent to demand union representation,
Yes,
and we are to negotiate that with the developer and bring the results of those negotiations back to the council.
yes, so that's my motion. Is
And-
yours?
And that, if we vote on that, that's not committing us in any way to the developer or vice versa. No,
It's indicating that you would like us to have conversations.
Can hear you.
It's indicating that you would like us to move forward with conversations with the Friend Development Group. So you are giving us that direction. And then to have those negotiations include discussion of them, of us requiring them to have union represented workers. That's what I understood the motion to be.
Like, one of our conditions
Right.
of
An element
the
of the deal.
project is that they have union representation.
Right, I got that.
But then we can still move forward and not start from square one again.
If they agree, yes.
If they agree, yes.
Yeah,
If they don't agree, then we start from square one.
yeah.
And then the other thing, I think part of the problem is that the community at large doesn't know some of the things that we know. So I think and that's nothing, there's nothing sinister. Let's keep calm now. It's not easy making decisions. We're trying to think of 38,000 people and the future of each one of us. We're trying to be sensitive to everybody. And there's risks whichever way we go of things totally collapsing and bombing out, and we're all poor as church mice no matter what. So if I'm hearing this correctly, we are requesting union workers, right? And if they say no, then we start all over, I gather. We will bring that back
to you.
To the council for discussion. Okay, so then that leaves another doorway for us to be where we are today, kind of. I don't have a problem with that because I think the plan is something that the Coastal Commission would approve, and I'm not against the Coastal Commission. I think they have they were voted on by the people of this state for those things. I just think that the public needs to be more engaged in what we do, and maybe we wouldn't be having this much of an impasse, but I think it's a good thing that what you're suggesting. So, Councilwoman Irwin?
I'd like to make a second the motion, and I'd also say, and I just want to make this clear, because I know this is hard to hear and understand, but there are sometimes decisions we make up here, that we'd make a different decision if we were speaking for ourselves, but we're speaking like Mayor Degree said, on behalf of 38,000 and the benefit to all our community members as a whole, trying to enhance and do it the right way to benefit all of us. And so we're trying to find that space where we can do that. We're really working at trying to make sure you guys, or the union and people, are paid fair wages, but at the same time, we get this project that could improve our standing, so it's not so risky to come to Pacifica to put a hotel there. It's more of a project more people will want to do, and then we can negotiate. We'll have stronger power to negotiate a better contract for everybody. Anyway, I second the motion.
Councilman Keener?
So I think that the union and the developer should speak to each other directly, rather than having the city in the middle. I just think that's going to bollocks up the works completely. And so I've stated my position.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with what you're saying, John. I mean, I think it is really their place to do it. However, my understanding is he has refused to meet with them many times over the past couple months. So that's my understanding. Right. So basically, we're just kind of like saying, these are the terms of sale, and, you know, we want to talk, and then at that point, we certainly facilitate a meeting between the union and the developer of the hotel.
I follow what you're saying, I think, and I also fully appreciate you making the motion. But the end result will be the same, okay, in the sense that if the developer still says no, then we're back to square one and searching for another developer. If the developer says yes, I think the developer will say yes either, well, he will say yes to, no, I don't mean that. If the developer says yes to the union, then we're great. We can move forward. But having a third party in the room just to me begs for mixed messages, poor communication, etc. And so I won't support your motion, although it's pretty good.
Lori, okay.
I was just going to, remind us all that the negotiation is between the city and the developer, and the developer could talk to the union certainly, but the provision of the requirement is what would be in our agreement with him if he chooses to agree to that, and then how that gets implemented, they would work out. But the negotiation is between us and the developer at this point. So anyway, that's enough. But just as a reminder, it's between us and the developer. We would need to be at the table and party to conversations. That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. I was just going to clarify with Michelle. You had mentioned that there's a certain individual in your office that handles real estate negotiations, and I'm sure this individual has done this, maybe not this specific instance, but negotiated real estate many times. So this is something he would approach the developer with and said, he'll hopefully sell the sizzle and the steak. Yeah.
Yes, this would be one of many terms that the city would be negotiating with the developer on.
Right.
One of many.
So Okay, so I agree with John, is that once the negotiator for the city tells them the terms of our sale, then we're out of the picture, and the negotiations between the union and the developer are theirs. You know, that's their business. So there's a motion and a second. Do we want to have a vote?
So just to repeat, so we're deciding to put as a requirement that they have, that the developer have union involvement, correct?
You are giving direction to staff to negotiate that term with the developer. We will bring back to you the results of those negotiations.
Okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Let's call for the vote. Okay, that's, we have one person not allowed to vote and 3 yeses and 1 no. Okay, so does that pass?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Rossi.
Meeting adjourned?
Adjourned.